Yesterday well at all.
Okay, well, first of all, congratulations on making the cut. Thanks for all your, again, like we said yesterday, thanks for all our support. We got a couple people real quick, I know you want to get going, but we got to say thanks to a couple people. Again, Bernie, for all of his work with Tournament Bowl and all that. Got to thank everybody to, we got a whole bunch of sponsors, you know, kick money in. Again, we got a local guy that, he got mad at me because I named him yesterday, but we got a local guy who gave us $1,000. And we had a couple other things, our local boys kicked in $1,000 off the 50-50 fund. So anyway, it went a whole bunch. The prize list is up here. We're a little less than where we were a year ago, just because we had a few less entries. All right, we'll get to rolling. Bernie, follow your seat.
Good morning, and welcome to the Scratch Tournament in Ronan, Montana. It's a snowy morning up here, a little cold, but hopefully we'll have some hot bowling and no cold and snowy bowling. The format today, it's on a medium pattern. It's 40 feet, just about 30 mils of oil. The format is there will be a 7-match play, and then the 8th game will be position round. They'll cut to 12. Pins do carry over. They carried over from yesterday. Yesterday there were 2 4-game blocks, one on short oil, one on long oil. And again, pins do carry over. If you want to follow the scoring, go to tournamentbowl.com. The Scratch Tournament in Ronan, Montana. You can follow all the scoring. We're getting started today. Your matches on lanes 1 and 2: Andy Kinney versus Harry Schaefer, Michael Hawk versus Jeff Carroll, Keith Mager versus Riley Woodard. On lanes 3 and 4: Breck Strobel versus Steve Klemkin, Josh Link versus Mike Hansen, Nolan Crossgreve versus Chad Hauser. On lanes 5 and 6: Brian Beckman versus Charles Wilkin, Dave Sears versus Felicia Wong, Rick Perry versus Chris Gray. Lanes 7 and 8: David Wisely versus Kevin Stockton, Nick Bagaro versus Marsha Klemkin, Clay Reese versus Julian Dullinger. So those are your matches to get started today. Again, pins do carry over. So when you take a look at the positions, remember the pins do carry over from yesterday. Andy Kinney and Josh Link had great days yesterday. They do have a bit of a lead on the majority of the field. The people that are halfway down have a day ahead of them, a long day. They're going to have to make up considerable ground to get to the top 5. At the end of the 8 games, it will cut to 5 for a step ladder. The leader of the tournament does have to lose twice. So that is your format for today. The scoring pace yesterday was decent. It did take plus to make it. The cut was at plus 44, so scoring pace was okay. I would expect today's scoring pace on this pattern, medium pattern with 40 feet and 30 mils, to be decent as well as we go along. And I don't see early today. It doesn't look like there's a lot of urethane in play. There is a little bit of urethane in play right now, but it is certainly not the majority. Thank you all for tuning in today. I hope this is an entertaining day for all of you. I thank all of you that have tuned in to watch your friends, colleagues. We've got bowlers from the Northwest, from Canada, from Washington, Idaho, Montana, Utah, and from Canada here. There were 82 entries. Top 24 is here right now. Yesterday, Andy Kinney did shoot 299. We had a number of other 270 plus games, 250 plus games. I'd like to thank Tom Crossgreve for 406 Streaming, bringing you this content. Also thanks to Tim and Lisa Corbett at Lucky Strike Lanes for hosting this tournament. Thanks to Bernie Coons for keeping tournamentbowl.com up and running for everyone. Again, that's where you can follow the scores of this tournament. Andy's off to a strong start with a double. Right where he left off. Right where he left off yesterday. Jeff Carroll's also off to a decent start with a double. He was one of the last to make it in. Josh Link off to a good start.
Manny will whack the shit out of this pattern. There's enough
volume. I'd like to thank some of the sponsors of this tournament. IDJ Corporation, the Lucky Strike Lanes family, Glacier Wholesale, Zip Beverage out of Missoula, Alley-Cat Lanes in Shoto. The tournament there a couple of weeks ago, Greg Thomas won, defeating Dustin Wardell. Neither of those bowlers are here. Felicia Wong finished in the top 5 in Shoto, and she is here today, so we'll see if she can repeat that here in Ronan. Andy Kinney with another strike, and Andy is throwing urethane. The upcoming tournaments, the Ring and 10 in Butte, March 21st through the 23rd. Ladies Scratch Tournament, April 26th, 27th up here in Ronan. And then, of course, the Battle at Big Fork, Grizzly Lanes up there in Big Fork, Montana, May 3rd and 4th. So those are your upcoming Scratch tournaments here in Montana. David Wisely and Kevin Stockton are going blow for blow right now down on lanes 7 and 8, both striking out of the gate. Steve Clempen, after splitting the first frame, has doubled. Hopefully none of you were caught by surprise this morning with the earlier start. Yesterday they decided with the weather and whatnot, with the bowlers that have traveled from Utah and from Calgary, the bowlers from Washington, that being able to get them on the road a little earlier today would be a good thing. This has been a good tournament. It's been interesting. We've had a few of the old guard near the top of the standings, along with some of the young guns, the up and comers. So that's been kind of enjoyable to watch. And Andy's off with the front four. Harry just split. Not what he needs with the run that Andy's off to, and he's one of those bowlers that's just outside. You know, with the pin totals carrying over, that really, with a decent day, could get into the top 5. So you can take advantage of getting the bonus pins in these matches. Michael Hawk, Chris Gray, Clay Reeves, and Nick Bugaro are all bowlers that made it on re-entry. Everybody else made it on their initial qualifying attempt. Nick just stoned a 9-pin on lane 8. Marshall leads at 7. Breck Strobel's off to a strong start. He got 3 strikes in the first 4 frames. In his match against Steve Pumpkin, Steve again split the first frame, but he struck since. Nolan Crossgreen and Chad Hauser are off to just not the start that they would like, facing each other. Josh Link is off to a strong start. He has the first 4, and Michael Hansen has missed a single pin, so that gives Josh a bit of an advantage there. Clay Reese just went and got a U78. And Andy does not strike for the first time in the 5th frame, but stays clean. And Rick Perry doubles up, so he's got a lead. He's got a lead in his match versus Chris Gray. So we have the people that are at the top of the standings are basically picking up today where they left off yesterday. Even though, you know, the pattern's different today, Again, it was a short pattern and a long pattern, 4 games on each yesterday, and then today is on a medium length pattern. It's 40 feet with 30 mils more or less. For those of you that are interested, the reverse brush drops at 35 feet. The pattern's more or less 3 to 1. It's just under 3 to 1. So definitely not a brutal sport pattern. And Felicia misses the head pin. And Riley's off to a good start. Match against Keith. Keith did not like the shot, but ends up with a strike. Flushed it. Josh does not strike. So his string stops at 4. And he covers the 10 pin that he left, so stays clean through 6, and he has a lead over Harry. So we're about halfway through. Halfway through the matches in round 1. Nick Figueroa also throwing urethane. Rick Perry had a strong day yesterday and is very much in control of his match today, starting out strong. Rex Strobel missed the single pin the last frame. Steve is on a 4-bagger. So Steve is in position to take control of that match, and he does strike, so he's got a 5-bagger now and is in control of his match versus Breck. Charles Wilkin is off to a strong start and is in control of his match. Keith Mager struggling just a little bit this morning. And And Felicia, after missing the head pin and opening last frame, comes back with a strike. And even with that open frame, Dave Sears hasn't really made a big move, so their match is reasonably even at the halfway point. Dave finally gets a strike, so he has a bit of a lead in that match with Felicia. David and Kent have slowed down just a little bit, 7 and 8. Andy's back with a strike. Jeff Carroll now struggling a little bit to find the range. And Brian Beckman also is struggling just a little bit out of the gate. Charles Wilkin is off to a strong start. Steve Klemkin just rung a 10, so his string stops at 5, but he is well in control right now of his match with Breck. Breck missed another spare, another open, so Steve converts here this 10 pin. He will have about a 40 pin lead. Charles converts to 6 pin. Riley's in the pocket again. He is in firm control of that match with Keith. Nick converts to stay clean. Josh just flush 10 back. So he is very much in control of his match with Michael. And Michael just left a 7-10 on 4, so that certainly doesn't help his cause. He needs everything he can get right now in his match. And he has another strike. So he's off to a good start. With the pin total carryover already has a decent lead, and he's just adding to it right now out of the gate. Rick Perry's throwing the ball well today. Rick stays clean, carrying the banner for the old guys. Figaro with another strike. So he maintains his lead in his match. Jeff still having trouble finding the zone. And Josh Link is well in control of his match with Mike Hansen. Charles Wilkin is in control of his match versus Brian Beckman. Steve Klemkin 10 back. He is in control over Breck. Breck's had a rough start today. Missing a couple of routine spares. And Breck goes through the face, leaves a split. So not the start that he had hoped for, I'm sure. And Felicia goes through the face, breaks up the split to leave just the 10, but she also is struggling just a little bit. And Dave now has put together a couple. If he can throw one more here, it'll give him some control in his match. Marcia goes through the face to leave a split. Yeah, Clay Reese, Julian Dollinger match on 7 and 8 is pretty interesting right now. Harry Schaefer just leaves a washout on 2. Dave did not get another strike, but he does. If he converts his 10 pin, he will have a slight lead over Felicia in this first match. And Harry only gets 2 out of that washout, 2 of the 5, so not helpful there. And he's certainly not off to the start that he wanted. Best he can shoot's 184. And Dave misses the 10 pin, so that match is pretty much dead even. Andy just slightly high, leaves a 4 pin, but he has already shut out Harry. So Andy will win that first match. And Chad Hauser's in control of his match versus Nolan. And he converts the spare. Nolan gets a strike. He's going to have to really put some together now to catch Chad. Rick Perry, another strike. He's going to win his match also with Brian Beckman. So Andy Kinney's a winner. Rick Perry's a winner to start. Michael Hawk doubles up to close in just a little bit against Jeff. Maybe make a match out of this yet. And Steve just went through the face to leave the big 4 in the 9th. He is in control of that match versus Breck, however. And Charles Wilkin with another strike. And he is well in control, and he's going to win his match versus Brian Beckman. So Andy Kinney, Charles Wilkin, Rick Perry. Those are all winners to start today. Dave Sears strikes. So he strikes the 9th. So 204 he has possible. Felicia has 202 possible. So that's a very tight match between the two of them. The match between Kevin Stockton and David Wisely. Kevin has split the 9th and David has spared. And Josh Link goes through the face, leaves the 3-6-10. He is in control of that match also. And he is going to win. He'll defeat Mike Hansen. Rick Perry strikes again. So he's going to put a big score up also to start. Andy's also going to put a good score up to extend his lead on the day. Felicia spares. So she has 191 possible. And Nick doubles up. So he is now in control of his match with Marcia. Harry Schaefer strikes. Too little too late, that double in the 10th. Clay Reese doubles up. Charles Wilkin with another strike. Julian stays clean. And so that match between Clay and Julian is still reasonably close. Chad Hauser a little high. Does not carry, but he will defeat Nolan. Jeff Carroll crosses over and carries. And Michael has to strike here. And David Wisely is going to defeat Kevin Stockton. And Michael strikes. So he needs another one. Assuming Jeff strikes here. Jeff loses it right. He's a 2-4-10. So the best Jeff can shoot 175, more 174 is the more likely. So Count and Mark will win this for Michael. And he strikes. So he's going to come back. He threw a 4-bagger here at the end. And that's going to be enough to come back and defeat Jeff. and Michael crosses and carries. So he goes off the sheet. Nothing Jeff could have done there. That miss in the 9th hurt Jeff. And then the bad ball, second in the 10. Nick just rings a 10 pin. But he will win. He will win that match versus Marcia. And Riley will defeat Keith. So we start to wrap up these matches. So Andy, Michael, and Riley are your winners on 1 and 2. Steve, Josh, and Chad are your winners on 3 and 4. Charles and Rick are winners on 5 and 6. We still, the Dave and Felicia match is still up in the air. And that is Dave just shut Felicia out. So your winners on 5 and 6 are Charles, Dave, and Rick. On 7 and 8, David, Nick, and the match between Clay and Julian is still undecided. So on 7 and 8, Julian still has 223 possible. Clay can go off the sheet for 218. So, and Julian misses the head pin right. He breaks up the washout, but he only gets a 6 count on that spare. And now that leaves him with a 209 possible. So Clay needs to strike the first ball in the 10th, and he can take this match. And Julian opens, so that only puts him in the 190s. So Clay doesn't necessarily need a strike here. A 9 spare followed by a strike would give him a 1 pin win. But the strike here certainly would seal it for Clay. And Clay strikes. So he is going to come back to defeat Julian. Julian spared the 9th, opened the 10th. Clay's got a 3-bagger, and that will give him the victory over Julian. So those are your winners of your first matches. David, Nick, Clay, Rick, Dave, Charles, Chad, Josh, Steve, Riley, Michael, and Andy. Those are all of the winners in match number 1. We'll get headed to round 2 here. Thank you once more while we're making the changeover. Thank you to Tom Crosby and 406 Streaming. Thank you to Tim and Lisa Corbett here at Lucky Strike Lanes for hosting this tournament. Thanks to Bernie Coons for helping out with tournamentbowl.com. That's where you go if you want to see the scores, see and the standings. Remember, pins did carry over into today, so if you want to see the standings, you can go to tournamentbowl.com, the scratch tournament from Ronan, Montana. And the sponsors to thank for this tournament are IDJ Corp, the Lucky Strike Lanes family, Glacier Wholesale, Zip Beverage out of Missoula, Alley Cat Lanes in Shoto, Montana, Storm Bowling, and Classic Products. Upcoming tournaments, the Ring and 10 in Butte at the end of March, the 21st through the 23rd. There's a ladies scratch tournament here in Ronan in April, 26th and 27th. And the battle at Big Fork at Grizzly Lanes in Big Fork, May 3rd and 4th. So I'll take a quick little break here while we get set for round 2. All right, we are starting the second round matches. Remember, there are 7 rounds of match play. An 8th game that is position round, cut to 5 for the step ladder. The pins did carry over. So right now, your top 5 are Andy Kinney, Josh Link, Chris Gray, Rick Perry, Charles Wilkin. Steve Klemkin is in 6th, but very close to the top 5. So you have Steve and Riley and Dave Sears, Clay Reese. They are still in very much striking distance for the top 5. Nick has a bit of work to do. To get there, not a lot. Breck has a bit of work to do, and David. Mike Hansen. Below that, Harry Schaefer on down 14th, 15th, 16th, and then Felicia on down. They have a lot of work to do today to make up that pin difference. So here we are in round 2. The matches are on lanes 1 and 2. Charles Wilkin versus Kevin Stockton. Felicia Wong versus Marsha Klemkin. Chris Gray versus Julian Dollinger. On lanes 3 and 4, Brian Beckman versus David Wisely. Dave Sears versus Nick Bagaro. Rick Perry versus Clay Reese. Lanes 5 and 6, Harry Schaefer versus Steve Klemkin. Jeff Carroll versus Mike Hansen. Riley Woodard versus Chad Hauser. Lanes 7 and 8, Andy Kinney versus Breck Strobel. Michael Hawk versus Josh Link. And Keith Mager versus Nolan Croskrey. So that's what we have going to start round 2. Those are the matches. And we only had a couple in that first round that came down to the end. Most of the most of the matches were over by the 8th frame. So we'll see if we can't generate some closer matches here in round 2. Again, thank you all for joining us today on 406 Streaming. We have bowlers from Canada, Washington, Idaho, Utah, Montana. We did start early this morning to try and give the people that have a long distance to travel a little bit of a head start. Weather's not the greatest out there today. Oh, Julian picks up a 2-8 in a very interesting way. And we do have, for those of you that weren't on earlier, we do have several players using urethane, but the majority right now are using reactive. I do expect scores today to come up as the day goes on. This pattern should open up nicely. It is a 40-foot pattern, about 30 mils. The reverse brush is at 35 feet, so playable. The qualifying yesterday, the short pattern was on 36 feet. I believe around 28 mils, 26 mils. The long pattern yesterday was 47 feet, 25 mils. Marcia stays clean through 2 in her match with Felicia. Felicia converts to 7-pin for her first mark. Dave Sears gets a strike. And Nick Bagheera with the strike. Mike Hansen now is off to a much better start than he did in round 1. There's 2 solid strikes to start. Rick Perry, after splitting in the first frame, is struck in the second. His match with Clay. Chris Gray and Julian have yet to get dialed in here in 1 and 2. Breck Strobel throws a strike on. Andy Kinney has started with a double on 7 and 8. He's just picking up where he left off in round 1, where he left off yesterday. Andy is having a great year. He's won several tournaments this year, finished second in a number of tournaments. He is really having a stellar year. And again, here in Ronan, he's looking tough. And Andy gets another one, so he starts with the front 3. Going to make himself difficult to catch. Josh Link is still striking. Kevin has a 3-bagger, but the last one crossed. And David Wisely, after splitting the first frame, has a double. Felicia with a split on lane 1, so she isn't off to the start that I'm sure she hoped to have today. We'll see if Marcia can take advantage of the slow start Felicia is having. And Marcia with the washout. Steve Klemkin just dead flush. And Keith Mager also. Nick leaves the 2-8 after starting with the front 2. Felicia did convert the split, so this could go from a situation where Marcia could have distanced herself a little more from Felicia. It's going to turn around and Felicia will gain some ground if Marcia doesn't convert this washout. And she does not. She only gets 2 off of it. So that could have been a point where Marcia could have taken a little more of a lead, and Felicia actually is the one that has gotten herself right back in it. Oh, and Mike Hansen taps the 10-pin, but it does not go down. And Dave Sears chops the 2-8. So he's in a deficit in his match with Nick. Julian doesn't carry. So he has marked the first 2, but Kevin has the front 3. Oh, I'm sorry, he's not bowling against Kevin. That's my mistake. Julian does have a slight lead in his match. And Kevin with the front 4. So Charles will need to strike here to keep pace. Josh Link, solid strike. Rick Perry with another strike. So Rick Perry is keeping touch in his match with Clay Reese. We'll see if Charles can strike here to keep touch with Kevin. And David strikes again. So Brian has started with all marks, just their spares. David started with a split and an open, but has struck since. Harry Schaefer now is striking. Rolling a little better. Charles leaves the 10-pin. Nick strikes. So he's opened up a lead over Dave Sears. Steve Klemkin with a strike versus Harry. So he spared the first frame and struck since. Harry struck 3 of the first 4 frames, but he has a 5-4 in the second. Julian just threw it through the face. Okay, Felicia is up now in the 4th. Marcia has struck the 4th frame. Andy Kinney with a spare, so he's clean. And Breck has split the last 2 frames, so he has 2 open. So Andy is in control of the match versus Breck. Julian picks up his split. So Felicia has another split. Let's see if she can convert this one also. And just misses it. So another open. So Marsh is back in control. That match has been going back and forth early on. We're not quite to the halfway point in these matches. Josh Link is in control of his match with Michael Hawk. Chad Hauser with another strike. He needs it to keep in touch. Oh, and Brian misses the 10 pin. So David has a 3-bagger. Brian has had all spares up to that point. Charles Wilkins strikes. David does not strike, but he can spare here to maintain his lead in that match. Nolan Crosby with a strike. Dave Sears just breaks up the split. David wisely spares, so he's in control of his match with Brian. Oh, and Kevin just went through the face. So his string stops at 4. See what Felicia can do here. Light leaves just a 10, so not a split this time. Leaves a convertible spare. Nick Bagaro with another strike, and he has the lead halfway through, and Kevin just chops the spare, so he opens the door for Charles in this first match, or in the second round here. Rick Perry, 7-10. So he gives back the opening that Clay just gave him. Chad Hauser converts to maintain his lead. Marcia does not strike. Clary strikes. Seven and 8, the match between Keith and Nolan. Keith is well in control of that match. He's got a 4-bagger. And Nolan just missed a 10-pin, so Keith can open up even a little more distance. Brian finally gets a strike. Marcia cleans up the spare. So she has a 12-pin lead over Felicia halfway through this match. And Andy carries another one. So Keith did not strike. But he did convert the spare. So he has a substantial lead in his match with Nolan. And Julian strikes. And so with that strike, he has the lead in his match. Dave goes through the face. Dave Sears goes through the face. Oh, and Charles, good shot, rings the 10-pin. Conversion though will keep him close to Kevin. Oh, Nick crosses over, leaves the 6-10. Kevin converts to spare, so that's up to Charles to do the same. We'll see if Rick bounces back from that 7-10. And Charles converts, so he stays close. And Rick strikes. So that match still is reasonably close. Riley is trailing in his match versus Chad. And Chad strikes, so he'll open up even a little more ground. Felicia, that one was dead flush. So that match is still fairly close. Felicia and Marcia. Breck, much needed strike, so he's doubled up. Clay goes high, leaves just the 6-pin. Julian doubles. Josh goes through the face. Leaves a split. So that will potentially tighten that matchup just a little bit with Michael Hawk if Michael can strike and double. Andy Kinney with another strike. So he is in control of that match versus Breck. And Josh opens, doesn't make the conversion on the split. Charles with the strike. So he puts some pressure on Kevin to strike to keep pace. Felicia's coming up. We'll see if she can double. Force Marcia to double. Oh, and Brian just stoned an 8-pin. Nice strike by Nolan. Michael Hawk opens. So Josh is very much in control of his match. All right, we have Marsh and Felicia here. We'll see which one can strike. Felicia strikes. So now the pressure's on Marcia to strike. Marcia doesn't strike here. This match is pretty much even. Keith gets a strike. So Keith is in control of that match with Nolan. And Marcia, Messenger, does not take the 10. So she does not strike. Chet Hauser just threw one in the ditch. And Andy does not strike. That's a 9 count, but he is very much in charge in that match with Breck. Breck can close the ground a little bit. A strike here. And Breck does not strike. Leaves a 10 pin. Riley converts to spare. Marcia converts. So that the match between Marcia and Felicia now is pretty much dead even with 3 frames to play. And Chad does not convert to spare. Gets a 9 count. So that match that he was in total control of now, Riley can climb back in to get within 10. Oh, and Steve throws it through the face. But that's a match that Steve is very much in control of. Harry is not throwing enough strikes. But just as I say that, Harry does strike for a double. Josh leaves a 4-pin. But he is in control in that match. Michael can shoot 205. Josh, if he converts here, still has 220, 224 possible. So he's in David Wisely does not make it back. And Brian has struck, so he can get back in it depending on what David does. Dave Sears goes high, doesn't carry. So he still trails in his match with Nick. Charles strikes, kicks the 7 and the 10 out at the end. So both he and Kevin, both Charles and Kevin have doubled in the 7th and 8th. Kevin has a 7-pin lead. David wisely converts to spare. So he's got 220 possible. And his opponent, Brian, has 214 possible. So that one still is up for grabs. Oh, Felicia goes through the nose. Breaks up the split. But that's become a four-pin match now. Felicia's trailing Marcia by 4. Andy doesn't strike, but Breck has split. So that match goes to Andy. Andy Kinney wins again. He'll defeat Breck. Felicia converts to spare. So Marcia has a 3-pin lead with 2 frames to play. Nick just picks up baby split. And Julian with a 9 count. But he is in control. Josh strikes the first ball in the 10th, and he is going to defeat Michael. So Andy defeats Breck, Josh defeats Michael. And Andy shoots in the 230s, so he is just continuing to expand his lead. Okay, Chris strikes. So that match versus Julian is up in the air. Hey, Brian needs a strike here. First ball, or in the 9th. And he gets it. So that puts the pressure on David. David really needs a strike here. Kevin does not strike, leaves a 10-pin. David doesn't strike. So that leaves the door wide open for Brian to win their match. See what Charles can do. Charles strikes, so that gives him a 3-bagger going into the 10th. Okay, so Kevin now cannot shut out Charles. Charles can shut out Kevin. That match is turned. Kevin converts to spare. So 235 is possible for Kevin. 249 is possible for Charles. Felicia strikes, so now the pressure is on Marcia to strike in the 9th. And Marcia strikes as well. So she maintains her 3-pin lead going into the 10th. Rick Perry strikes again. Chris Gray does not strike. So that leaves Julian in control of their match. And Julian does strike, so he definitely is in control there. Nolan can shoot 205, so he is going to be defeated by Keith. So Keith, Andy, and Josh are the winners down on 7 and 8. Chris converts to spare. Best he can shoot is 191. So Julian is in charge there. Just about has that one wrapped up. And Clay does not strike. Charles strikes. Steve Klemkin strikes. So Harry's got a 3-bagger, but Steve is very much in control and should win that match. Kevin strikes. So he can still shoot 235. Strike here from Charles will shut Kevin out. And he gets it with the messenger. So that will defeat Kevin. So Charles will defeat Kevin. Brian did not strike. So David Wisely is going to win that match. And Steve Klemkin defeats Harry Schaefer. So 248 from Charles. So that will definitely help his effort today. And 248 with the win, with the bonus pins. Put him in great shape. And if you want to follow the scoring, remember pins did carry over from qualifying. If you want to follow the scoring, go to tournamentbowl.com. So David Wisely does defeat Brian Beckman. Nick just needs to mark, and he strikes. So Nick will defeat Dave Sears. Okay, Felicia and Marcia both get 9 on their first ball. So Marcia maintains that 3-pin lead. Felicia converts to spare. Michael doesn't strike Mike Hansen, so Jeff Carroll will defeat Mike Hansen. Nick Bagaro with another strike. He already has that match won. Marcia converts to spare. So now Felicia's going to need a strike here and hope for bad count for Marcia to win this match. Marcia just needs good count. And Felicia goes through the face for a 6 count. So that will give that match to Marcia, barring just complete disaster. And Marcia is your winner with that strike. And Rick Perry with another strike. He now has a 5-bagger. So he can shoot 235. The best Clay can shoot is 223. So this is must strike for Clay. And he does not. So best he can shoot now is 212. So Rick Perry will win that match. So Rick Perry will defeat Clay Reese. So David Wisely defeated Brian Beckman. Nick Bagaro defeated Dave Sears, and Rick Perry is going to defeat Clay Reese. Chris Graith goes through the face, leaves a split, so Julian will win that match. So on lanes 1 and 2, Charles, Marcia, and Julian were victorious. On lanes 3 and 4, David, Nick, and Rick were victorious. On lanes 5 and 6, Steve, Jeff, victorious, and Riley and Chad have 1 pin separating them. Chad gets a strike. So now if Riley strikes, he will win by 1. 9's a tie, 8's his loss. Okay, so Riley needs a strike to win. And he gets the strike. So he will win by 1. All right, so for round 3, the matches will be on 1 and 2. Brian Beckman versus Steve Klemkin, Dave Sears versus Mike Hansen, Rick Perry versus Chad Hauser. On lanes 3 and 4, it will be Andy Kinney versus Kevin Stockton, Michael Hawk versus Marcia Klemkin, and Keith Mager versus Julian Dullinger. On lanes 5 and 6, David Wisely versus Breck Strobel, Nick Bagaro versus Josh Link, Clay Reese versus Nolan Croskery. On lanes 7 and 8, you'll have Harry Schaefer versus Charles Wilkin, Jeff Carroll versus Felicia Wong, Riley Woodard versus Chris Gray. So those are your round 3 matches.
What? Oh. So it's like fuck, man, he shot huge. Shot 225. Definitely goes like front and all the time.
We are underway in round 4. Again, as we get started here in round 4, thank you to Tom Croskery and 406 Streaming for bringing this to everyone. Thank you to Bernie Coons for TournamentBowl.com. Again, if you wish to follow the scoring, you can go to TournamentBowl.com, the scratch tournament in Ronan. As a reminder, the scores from qualifying do carry over. Qualifying yesterday were 2 blocks of 4 games each, one on a short pattern, one on a long pattern. Today is on a medium length pattern, 40 feet with about 30 mils. Thanks to some sponsors, IDJ Corporation, the Lucky Strike, Lanes Family, Glacier Wholesale, Zip Beverage, Alley Cat Lanes and Shoto. That's Paul and Karen Dean. Storm Bowling and Classic Products. Upcoming tournaments, Ring and 10, March 21st to 23rd in Butte. Ladies Scratch, April 26th, 27th here in Ronan. And the Battle at Big Fork, May 3rd and 4th at Grizzly Lanes in Big Fork, Montana. Upcoming tournaments in Montana. Thank you for watching. Round 3. So after 2 rounds, your top 5 is Andy Kinney, Josh Link, Rick Perry, Chris Gray, and Charles Wilkin. The next 5 are Steve Klemkin, Nick Bagaro, Riley Woodard, David Wisely, and Clay Reese. Dave Sears at 11th is currently 87 pins from the top 5. We have 5 more these scheduled match play rounds and then a position round before it gets cut to 5. So we have seen some decent scoring today. Like I said earlier, I expect the scores to continue to be good. It's so far the people that were near the top after qualifying yesterday are just continuing today, put up good scores. So it's going to be difficult for those that are outside looking in to get into the top 5. Chad Hauser's off with a double. Spare miss by David Wisely. But Breck is start off with a couple of splits. Today Breck seems to be struggling. We'll see if he can get it. If he can get it going here. Marsh is off to an early lead in her match. Rick Perry through the face for the big 4. So Chad Hauser's off to an early lead in the match with Rick Perry on 1 and 2. Brian Beckman dead flush. Oh, and Rick Perry almost converts the big 4. So he is in a bit of a hole though against Chad Hauser. Steve Klemkin carries, so he's got a double after starting with a split. That seems to be kind of his formula today. Start with a split and then put a string together. Andy Kinney strikes. And he hasn't moved away from that black hammer yet. Charles Wilson throwing messengers all over the place, but doesn't carry. Nick Pagaro strikes. Dave Sears with the spare. It's going to help him a little here, get back in the match with Mike. Mike leaves a 7-10. Oh, and Charles Wilkin misses the 10 pin. Harry Schaefer with a split. Harry doesn't convert the split. And Rick Perry with the strike. Marsha Klemkin with a strike. So she's starting to open a little bit of distance. Over Michael Hawk. Michael split the last two frames, so he has opens. Clay Reese does not convert. Steve Klemkin with the strike, so he's got a 3-bagger now after splitting the first. Let's see what Brian Beckman does. And he does not strike. Rex Strobel's made a ball change, and that seems to have helped him. Keith Mager's off to a strong start. So that match between Keith Mager and Julian Dollinger, all strikes. Andy Kinney doesn't carry the 7-pin. And Brian Beckman opens. So Steve Klemkin is in control of that match. David Wisely with the strike. Andy Kinney spares. Chad Hauser 10 back solid. So he starts with the front 4. Josh Link 10 back solid. And Josh has made a ball change. He has, after splitting the first frame, he's got a 3-bagger. Dave Sears is starting to struggle a little bit more and more with his hip issues. Something that's plagued him for a number of years. Nolan Croskery carries. And Felicia doesn't carry. So Felicia is trailing in her match versus Jeff Carroll. We're getting near the halfway point of the matches in round 3. Marsha carries, so she doubles. So she is well in control of her match at the halfway point. Rick Perry spares. Julian goes through the face, so that ends his string at 3. We'll see what Keith Mager does. Keith gets a strike, so he's got the front 4. Oh, Steve Klemkin kicks the 7 out of the 7-10. 10 stands. Julian spares.
It was a late fall.
Charles Wilkin now, after that miss on the 10 pin, strikes. So he still maintains his lead. And Kevin, another split. So that's 3 consecutive for Kevin in his match with Andy Kinney. And although Andy has cooled off a little bit this match, you certainly don't want to have that against Andy. You don't have much hope. Andy leaves a 10 pin. Rick Perry with a strike. Mike Hansen with a strike. I don't think he liked that shot from his reaction, but it did carry. And he converts the spare. And Felicia carries an incredibly light hit. Oh, Nolan with 7-10. Marsha through the face. That's 8, but she is in control of that match at the halfway point. Chad Hauser up. He's got the front 4. And now he has the front 5. Jeff Carroll with a strike. And Steve Klemkin stays. No, he gets the pair. I guess he doesn't stay clean. He did have that open in the first. David Wisely with a strike. He needed that. Breck has found something with that ball change. Brian doesn't strike. Leaves one. Josh Link doesn't strike. Oh, Mike Hansen does not strike. Nick Piguero leaves a 10 pin. So he trails slightly, Josh Link. Mike Hansen picks up the spare. He maintains his lead over Dave Sears. Charles with another strike. So since that miss of the 10 pin, he's thrown 3 in a row, and he has a lead over Harry. Julian converts to spare. So Julian is maintaining. Oh, sorry, I was wrong. He's not maintaining the lead. Keith is the one with the 5-bagger. So he's, although he stayed clean, Julian stayed clean through 5. That 5-bagger Keith has. It's tough to compete with. Oh, Chad just threw it through the nose to end his string at 5. Andy Kinney with a strike. Jeff Carroll did not strike. And Felicia now has doubled, so Felicia's coming back at Jeff in that match. And Chad misses the spare. He still has control of the match over Brian, but not what he wants to see. Michael doubles up against Marcia. He's got a bit of a hole that he needs to climb out of, so that was sorely needed. Marcia gets a strike. Okay, Breck Strobel, since that ball change, has a 4-bagger. Brian Beckman spares. Julian strikes. And Keith Mager's string ends at 5. Left a 9 pin. Steve leaves a 10 pin. Adam Essinger did not come and get it. Nick Piguero 10 back, just a solid strike. So he still hangs on in his match with Josh Link. There's only a 10 pin difference there. Andy Kinney with another strike. So he has Kent in just a little bit of trouble now.
Well, actually, we had the underground. They came up, the hood was up. Put a lane machine between there and we had a long thing around one.
Clay Reese with the strike. Oh. Kent misses the 7-pin. Michael with a strike. So Mike Hansen, he is in control. His match with Dave Sears. David Wisely did not strike. Oh, and Breck rings a 10-pin, so after that 3 or 4 bagger rings a 10. But he now has the lead over David. Jeff's had a couple of splits. David misses the single pin, so Breck is very much in control coming out to the end of that match. Breck converts to spare. Chad converts to spare, so he stays in control in his match. Riley gets a strike, so that's a 4-bagger for Riley. Steve Klemkin solid. Josh Leake with the strike. Beckman with the spare.
Airplane cockpit,
Jeff Carroll with a strike. But Felicia's got the 3-bagger. Well, Chad just went through the face, but left a single pin. Dave with the 9 count, so this one's slipping away from him. Andy Kinney, no strike. Chad converts to spare. Marsha with a strike. Riley through the face, leaves a split. Dave gets the spare, but he's running out of frames. Andy with the spare. He's very much in control. Brian with the strike. Julian with the wash. Well, it's a split actually, the 2-4-10. Rick Perry through the face. A lot of ball changes happening now in this third round. Michael Hawk gets a strike. So he's creeping back into that match. Rick Perry with a spare. He still trails. So now the match between Brian and Steve is one pin. Oh no, I'm sorry. Sorry. Looked at the frames wrong. Steve still has the lead over Brian. And Charles opens the ninth. But he's in command of that match. Keith picks up a spare. So we're coming down to the end of these round 3 matches. Andy with a strike. So Andy will most likely defeat Kevin. Felicia with a strike in the 9th. Yes, Andy has Kevin shut out. So Andy will win that match. Jeff Carroll just split. So Felicia is going to win that match. So Andy over Kevin. Felicia's going to be over Jeff. Michael Hawk with another strike, so he has 5 in a row. So he has caught Marcia, so that puts the pressure on Marcia here to strike in the 9th. Chris Gray does not strike. There's a strike for Marcia. So Marcia has a 2-pin lead going into the 10th over Michael Hawk. Okay, so that ball change was a great move for Breck. He will defeat David Wisely. Chad converts the spare. Rick Perry is going to defeat Chad Hauser. Oh. I'm sorry. I called that wrong. Chad Hauser is going to defeat Rick Perry. Mike Hansen's going to defeat Dave Sears. And Steve Klemkin's going to defeat Brian Beckman. So Chad, Mike, and Steve are all winners on lanes 1 and 2. Andy Kinney is going to defeat Kevin Stockton. Oh, Nick Bagaro leaves a bucket. First ball in the 10th. So he is going to be defeated by Josh Link. Charles Wilkins is going to defeat Harry Schaefer. Felicia Wong is going to defeat Jeff Carroll. Steve Klemkin with a nice 233 game. And Andy Kinney with another strike to shoot 225. Easy victory. All right, so here's the match. Marsha Klemkin and Michael Hawk coming down to it. Marsha carries. So 237 still possible for Marsha. 235 possible for Michael. So there's a 2-pin difference there. Michael has to strike here. And Michael strikes. So the pressure's back on Marsha to strike here. And Marsha strikes. Now Michael has to strike. Riley gets a strike.
Burning. Curtain down on 8.
And Michael strikes. So now it's down to count. Striker 9 by Marsha shuts out Michael. We still have a close one between Riley and Chris. And Marcia gets 9, so that is a winner for Marcia. So Marcia defeats Michael, and Nolan will defeat Clay. So we have Chris Gray and Watt Riley still in doubt. Chris Gray gets a strike. So Chris has 223 possible. Riley has 220 possible. Perry with a strike. Our Chad Hauser is going to defeat Rick Perry. Riley leaves a 10 pin, so Chris Gray will win that match. So those are your winners in round 3. Steve, Mike Hansen, Chad, Andy, Marcia, and Keith, Breck, Josh, and Nolan, Charles, Felicia, and Chris. So we will get ready now for round 4. Again, if you want to follow the standings, you can go to tournamentbowl.com. The Scratch Tournament, Ronan, Montana. And that will give you the current standings. Remember, pins from qualifying yesterday do carry over. Pins do carry over, so what they're doing today is in addition to what qualifying was. We got the first 3 rounds in the book. Your top 5 after the first 3 are Andy Kinney, Josh Link, Charles Wilkins, Steve Klemkin, and Chris Gray. The next 5 are Rick Perry, Nick Bagaro, Keith Mager, Riley Woodard, and Mike Hansen. Mike Hansen in 10th is 137 out of the top 5. So things are starting to separate. We've got 4 regular match play rounds to go, and then a position round before we cut to the top 5. But Andy Kinney and Josh Link have developed a pretty substantial lead over the rest of the field at this point in time. When we go to the step ladder, it's the top 5. The leader has to be beaten twice. The format of this tournament were 2 4-game blocks of qualifying yesterday, and Friday night on short oil, one on long. Today is on a medium pattern. It's 40 feet. 40 feet with about 30 mils. Scores have been good today. Scoring's been good. Okay, so in this round on 1 and 2, we will have Breck Strobel versus Charles Wilkin, Josh Link versus Felicia Wong, Nolan Croskrey versus Chris Gray. On 3 and 4, it will be David Wisely versus Harry Schaefer, Nick Bagaro against Jeff Carroll, Clay Reese against Riley Woodard. 5 and 6, we'll see Andy Kinney versus Brian Beckman, Michael Hawk versus Dave Sears, and Keith Mager versus Rick Perry. And on 7 and 8, you'll have Kevin Stockton versus Steve Klemkin, Marsha Klemkin versus Mike Hansen, and Julian Dollinger versus Chad Hauser. So those are your round 4 matches. We'll be halfway through once we complete these. Oh, Breck Strobel brings one back from a long ways. I thought that was a miss right for sure. Also, thank you to everyone that's watching. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to Tom Croskery for streaming this, 406 Streaming. Thanks to Bernie Kuntz for keeping Tournament Bowl running so everyone can follow the scoring. And thanks to Tim and Lisa Corbett here at Lucky Strike Lanes for hosting everything. I hope you're enjoying the action. It's a cold and snowy day up here in Ronan, Montana. Alright, so we are off to all the matches in round 4. We've had a few really tight matches come down to the last ball today. Hopefully that keeps up. Nick Bagaro with the strike. And Felicia chops the 2-4, chops the 4 off of the 2 to start her round 4 match. So we are around one frame into round 4. I hope all of you are enjoying the stream today, watching your friends out here do a little bowling. Bringing you some entertainment on a Sunday. Charles crushes the hole but needs a messenger to take the 9. Alright, now we'll see if Breck made a mistake on that first frame. That ball, I cannot believe that he's trying to play the line. The ball path on his first shot. So we'll take a look here. He is on lane 2. Does not carry. That one comes in light. Felicia does not carry. So I think Breck's first shot was a miss right, but it did make it back and carry. Jeff Carroll converts. Alright, so I just asked Breck if that first frame, if that was a big miss right, or he tended to play that line, and he laughed and he said, oh no, that was a big miss right. So that makes me feel a little more comfortable. I could not believe that that's where he intended to play that ball. I was shocked that it made it back. That had washout written all over it, but it's true. So yes, it was a big miss right. Josh Link, ball does not quite make it back, 210. And Josh Link converts the 210. It's a nice conversion there to stay clean. Keith Mager with the spare. Oh, and Andy Kinney does not strike there. He started with the front two. Breck strikes again. A little more conventional ball path on this one. And Josh followed up that nice split conversion with a strike. Took full advantage of that. Charles Wilkins up in the third. He's got the front two. Now he has the front three. A lot more striking starting to go on now. Marcia rings the 10 after having the front two. Felicia with a 9 count. Mike Hansen crosses over, doesn't carry. Nolan with the strike. Clay Reese, dead flush. He's got the front three. Oh, Keith Mager leaves an 8-pin. Riley crosses and carries. So he also has the front three. Clay and Riley starting out, all strikes. Harry Schaefer with a strike, a late strike. There was a 9 count. Oh, and a nice conversion. Chris Gray picks up the 2-4-10. There's Brian now with a double. Alright, we got Breck up in the second. Charles started with the front four. Breck with a strike. Yeah, that ball change that Breck made was a good one. Definitely things are much improved for him now. Jeff Carroll with the 2-10. Felicia with a strike. And Nick with a strike. So he is in control of that match out almost the halfway point now with Jeff. Oh, Josh Link, ring 10. And Rick Perry, after starting with the front three, does not strike in the fourth. Keith Bager with a strike. Chris Gray with a strike. Riley. Four-bagger. Messenger takes the 9. Nolan, 2-8-10. Andy with a strike. Breck with a strike. That was solid. And ooh, Nolan almost gets the 2-8-10 off the wall. Not quite, so open frame for Nolan. David Wisely with a strike. So he's clean through 5. Dave Sears a little light, and everything falls out but the 5 pin. Charles Wilkin with another, so he runs the first 5. Harry Schaefer with the strike. So he doubles up. Josh through the face, 3-6-10 left. All right, Nick Bagaro can really take charge here over Jeff Carroll. Oh, and he does not roll the 2 forward. It moved the 2 forward, but it didn't roll over. And Felicia with a strike. So she's doubled up in her match with Josh, so she is now in the lead there. Jeff Carroll doesn't strike, so he's falling a little further behind Nick. Josh converts to 3-6-10. Nick converts to spare. McPerry with a strike. Jeff Carroll converts to spare. And Keith doubles up. Chris strikes for a double. So he opens a little bit of a lead against Nolan. Oh, Clay Reese, the 7-10 was standing, but the 10 kicked out. Strike for Nolan. Riley gets up now with the front 4. And Andy with another strike. Riley with a strike, so he's got the front 5. Breck goes through the face for a 4 count. This is the lead that Stu Williams says you're a 1-board move from a 10-bagger. Clay Reese just converts to 7. All right, Charles Wilkins up with the front 5. And he now has the front 6. So Breck losing count on this, and then what he left puts him in just a little bit of trouble against Charles. And he gets 4 of the 6. So 8 out in the 6th. Harry Schaefer, 7-10, after having a double. Oh, Felicia doesn't carry the 7 on a double. She does have a slight lead, however, over Josh. Dave Sears with a strike, and he is in control in his match over Michael Hawk. Nick Regaro with a strike. Great shot by Josh. And Rick Perry through the face. Oh, Jeff Carroll doesn't quite carry. So he trails Nick Bagaro. And Felicia converts the 7-pin after Josh Link throws the strike in her face. And Brian Beckman has a string going. Nolan Croskrey doubles up. Jeff Carroll flags the 2-pin. Chris Gray with the strike, so he's got a 3-bagger now. So Charles Wilkin is getting up in the 7th. He's got the front 6. Charles rings at 10. So his string stops at 6. Riley Woodard getting up in the 6th with the front 5. And 4-9 for Riley. Breck, solid 9-pin. And Charles misses the 10. So he cracks the door open just ever so slightly for Breck. See if Riley can convert this 4-9. Michael with a 9-pin. Riley does not convert the 4-9. Felicia doesn't carry. Ball comes in light. She does not carry. Michael with the spare. He is trailing in his match. David Wisely with the strike. Josh with another just dead flush strike. So he's doubled up. Now takes the lead over Felicia in their match. Marcia with a strike. Nick doubles up. He's in control over Jeff. Steve gets the spare. He, however, is trailing. In his match over with Kevin. Keith with the spare. Light hit by Julian. Chris with another strike. Clay Reese with a strike, so he doubles up. Trying to make a little inroad on Riley. Brian with another strike. He's run the string to 6 now. So that match with Brian and Andy is quite the affair. And Riley strikes. Breck strikes. So Charles left another 10 pin, so that gives Breck a little bit of hope. Michael with a split. He is trailing in his match. Harry gets a strike. Dave Sears goes through the face but just leaves the 4. He is currently in control of that match over Michael. Felicia light, but it carries. She needed that. She needed that to stay in touch with Josh. Michael does not convert, so Michael's in trouble against Dave Sears. Jeff Carroll through the face for a split. So he now is in a little trouble against Nick Bagaro. Josh Link with another strike. He's in control over Felicia. So we come down toward the end of these matches. David gets a spare. Jeff opens, so he is in a lot of trouble against Nick Bagaro. Kevin misses the head pin after a 3-bagger. Rick Perry with a strike. Chris Gray converts. Riley with a double. Charles with a strike. Andy Kinney goes through the face. Leaves a split. Nick through the face. Riley high leaves a 410. So Charles Wilkin is going to win that match versus Breck. I'm sorry, that was Breck that left the 410, not Riley. So Charles is going to defeat Breck. Andy Kinney has fallen behind Brian Beckman. Michael Hawk goes through the face, and he is trailing Dave Sears still. Clay Reese with a 9 count. Josh Link, 4-bagger against Felicia. He's now well in control of that match. Marcia converts the 7 that she left into a spare. Had the 7 count, left 3. That's the spare. Felicia converts her spare.
I have to make sure that I even get close to it.
Nolan with a strike. So now Nolan has a 5-bagger. Andy Kinney with a 9 count. So the best Andy can shoot is 234. Keith with a 5-3 out in the 9th. So Brian Beckman is in control of that match versus Andy. Charles leaves the 7 pin, but Charles has the victory over Breck. Okay, Steve Clemkin strikes to keep himself alive against Kevin Stockton. Nick Bagaro with a spare, and he will defeat Jeff Carroll. And Charles Wilkins opens the 10th, however, he will defeat Breck Strobel, as I said before. Andy with 233. So Riley did not strike the 9th. So if Clay strikes here, that match is very close. Clay through the face. So he is trailing Riley. Oh, Breck. Flat 10. So Brian does defeat Andy Kinney. 264 to 233. Clay opens the 9th. Best he can shoot now is 224. So just good count and a spare. Will be a win for Riley. Chad converts the spare. Felicia with a 9 count. So Josh is going to defeat Felicia. Harry still has a possible victory over David. Through the face, it does not carry. So David will defeat Harry. So on lanes 1 and 2, we've got Charles defeating Breck and Josh defeating Felicia. Dave Sears wins. So we have Brian and Dave Sears winning on lanes 5 and 6. We've got David, Nick, and Riley winning on 3 and 4. We have Rick, David, and Brian winning on 5 and 6. Seven and 8, we have Steve Klemkin beating Kevin Stockton. And we have Marcia defeating Mike. And we have Chris defeating Nolan on 1 and 2. So on 1 and 2, your winners are Charles, Josh, Chris on 3 and 4. David, Nick, and Riley on 5 and 6. Brian, Dave, and Rick on 7 and 8. Steve and Marcia. And on 7 and 8, also Chad Hauser is going to defeat Julian. So Chad, Marcia, Steve, Rick, Dave, Brian, Riley, Nick, David, Chris, Josh, Charles are your winners in round 4. So we are halfway through match play.
Go on, Steve. The games end all games.
Okay, we are beginning the round 5 matches. And we have on 1 and 2 David Wisely versus Andy Kinney, Nick Bagaro versus Michael Hawk, Clay Reese versus Keith Mager. On 3 and 4, Steve Klemkin versus Charles Wilkin, Mike Hansen versus Felicia Wong, Chad Hauser versus Chris Gray. On 5 and 6, Rex Strobel versus Kevin Stockton. Josh Link versus Marsha Klemkin. Nolan Crosby versus Julian Dullinger. On 7 and 8, Brian Beckman versus Harry Schaefer. Dave Sears versus Jeff Carroll. And Rick Perry versus Riley Woodard. Okay, so we are starting the second half of match play. This is round 5. Current standings, your top 5 are Josh Link, Andy Kinney, Charles Wilkin, Chris Gray, and Steve Klemkin. Just out of the top 5 are Rick Perry, Nick Bagaro, Riley Woodard, Marsha Klemkin, and Keith Mager. Those are your next 5 to the top 10. Keith Mager's 117 out of 5 with 4 to go. Again, pins from qualifying did carry over. At the end of the 8th game of match play, which is a position round, there will be a cut to the top 5. The leader does need to be beaten twice at the end. Format of the tournament were 2 blocks of 4 games each, 1 on short, 1 on long. Today is on a medium pattern, 40 feet, about 30 mils. Scoring has been good. As we get going here with round 5, again, I'd like to thank Tom Croskery and 406 Streaming, Bernie Kuntz, tournamentbowl.com, that's where you can check out all the scores. Tim and Lisa Corbett, Lucky Strike Lanes, for hosting the tournament. Tournament sponsors, IDJ Group, Lucky Strike Family, Glacier Wholesale, Zip Beverage, Alley Cat Lanes and Shoto, that's Paul and Karen Dean, Storm Bowling Products, Classic Products. They've all helped out with this tournament. There were 82 entries in the tournament, 24 here today. Upcoming scratch tournaments, there's the Ring and 10 in Butte, March 21st through the 23rd. Lady Scratcher in Ronan, the 26th and 27th. And the Battle at Big Fork, the 3rd and 4th of May at Grizzly Lanes up there in Big Fork, Montana. So you have those to look forward to. Today there's been some good competition. I hope you've enjoyed it to this point. We still have quite a bit of bowling to go. Andy is just continuing his onslaught. He's got the first 3 in this match. Nick gets just a 9 count. Lanes 1 and 2 are a bit ahead. And I'm going to take a quick break here. I will be back probably in 5 minutes, maybe a little less. All right, we are just about to the halfway point of the match on lanes 1 and 2. Everybody else is trailing that just a little bit. A lot more strikes being thrown now. Andy Kinney's got the front 4. We got Mike Hansen with front 3. We got doubles to start matches around the house. And the front 5 for Andy. Andy did shoot 299 yesterday. And Nick Bagaro with the strike, so he's doubled up. Charles just had a big game in round 4, now in round 5 on lanes 3 and 4. He is not off to a great start. Yesterday on the long pattern, lanes 3 and 4 were the most problematic in the house. Trying to find a consistent shot and a good line to the pocket was a little tricky on 3 and 4. Oh, and Keith with a strike. Oh, and Clay almost converts the split. So again, Steve Klemkins out to an early lead in his match. David Wisely doubles up, but man, he's facing Andy Kinney, and there's no room for anything but strikes in that match. Felicia with a strike. So she's got a 3-bagger. She got spare and a 3-bagger. But Mike, her opponent, has the front 3. Oh, and Andy, after the 5-bagger to start, he has a split, the 3-6-7, to end the string. Nick with a split. So Nick opens the door for Michael. Oh, Andy almost converts the split. And Nick with a miss. Mike Hansen's got the front 4. Riley Woodard starting with the front 3. Michael a little high, leaves a 4-pin. And Clay Reese with a strike. Michael converts to spare. Chad Hauser with the strike. Kevin Stockton's making a ball change. So a lot of ball changes toward the end of round 3 and into round 4. And the rest of round 4, start round 5. Things have been pretty calm, but we're seeing a ball change by Kevin Stockton. Keith Mager gets another strike. And he goes high again. David through the face. Riley's got the front 4. Mike Hansen now has the front 5. Felicia spared the first and has a 3-bagger. She's up in the 5th. And Felicia gets the strike. So that's a dandy little match there. Felicia with a 4-bagger. Mike Hansen with a 5-bagger. Dave Sears. The light one carries. Okay, we got Riley coming up with a 4-bagger. Marsha. Very light. And it carries. So she's in a close battle with Josh Link. And Chris just converts the baby split. Nick for a spare. Nolan gets a split. So Rick Perry does not strike. You know, Riley strikes the first 5. Rick has to get every strike he can, and right now he's staying clean, but he's got more spares than strikes. Clay just went through the nose. He did that last time on this lane as well. Charles struggling this game. Breck with a strike. So Breck and Kevin are in a pretty tight match. It's not high scoring at this point, but it's pretty tight. Brian with a strike. Dave's coming up with a 3-bagger. He's back to Jeff Carroll. Felicia strikes. So she runs her string to 5 after sparing the first frame. Dave, high, does not carry. Kevin crosses over. Mike through the face, so that ends his string at 5. So that puts Felicia in charge of that match. And Josh with a strike. Mike converts to spare, as does David. And Dave here's chops the 10 off the 6. Chris Gray with a strike. Michael with a strike. So Michael is currently in the lead over Nick. And Nick strikes. And see if Marcia can strike here to keep pace with Josh. And Riley's string ends with a washout. And Keith gets a strike. So he has the lead in his match with Clay. And at least Riley converts the washout after ending that string of strikes that he had. So that match is a good one between Rick and Riley. David off balance, doesn't throw a great shot, leaves a 10-pin. And Michael is back on it. And David spares. So he's hanging close to Andy. Andy has, coming up in the 9th with a strike up in the 8th, has an opportunity to open it up a little bit. Felicia goes through the face, breaks up the split. Andy with a 7-10. So that puts David right back in that match. David has a possible 204. If Andy doesn't convert this, if he gets just 1, that'll give him a possible 2, still 223, but it does put David back to where he has a chance. Nick carries. Andy opens the ninth. So 223 possible for Andy, 204 possible for David. Felicia and Mike in a close one, high scoring match. And Clay strikes. Michael strikes. Marcia doesn't carry the 7-pin. Charles with a split. Not having fun on 3 and 4. Andy with a strike. So that may beat back the charge by David. Keith with a strike. Marcia spares. Andy leaves a 10-pin. However, he has David shut out, so he will win that match. David with a strike. Felicia with a strike. So that match is just back and forth, back and forth. And he converts to spare for 213. He'll win, defeat David. Kevin goes through the face. Breck has a chance here to throw a 3-bagger. And leaves the 10-pin. He still is in control of that match over Kevin. More ball changes happening. Michael goes through the face, leaves the split. So that leaves an opening for Nick to come back and win that match. David goes off the sheet for 204. Just not enough against Andy. And Michael misses, so 208 is what he shoots. So Nick needs a strike here. And he gets it. Tips the 10 over. Marcia with the split. Josh Link's got a 5-bagger, can run it to 6 here. Rick gets the spare. And Nick gets the victory over Michael. So Andy defeats David, Nick defeats Michael. And Keith is going to defeat Clay. Steve does not get the strike. Steve converts his spare, though he'll shut out Charles. Charles gets a strike. Nolan does not carry, so his strings. Oh, looked at the wrong side. And Steve strikes, so Steve will beat Charles. Julian, another strike, runs his string to 6. Felicia up, goes high, leaves the 6-10. Clay misses. And Michael goes through the face. Leaves the 6-9-10. And Breck with a strike. So Breck will win that match. He will defeat Kevin. Oh, Felicia misses the 6-10. Kevin through the face. Michael converts. So Mike Hansen very much in the driver's seat. Josh with another strike. So he runs his string to 7. And Riley converts his second washout in this game. Kevin converts the spare, but that one is over. Breck will win that. Josh will win his match. Brian doesn't strike. So that gives Harry just a glimmer of hope. Chad does not strike, but he still is in control. Or no, I'm sorry, Chris is in control of that, I believe. Ryan converts to spare. Nolan with a strike. Chad with the miss. Harry did not like the shot at all. And he will lose. Harry will lose to Brian.
Bernie C is too good. Fuck it. I'm done.
So Steve Klemkin will defeat Charles Wilkin. Oh, Dave Sears with the split. So Jeff Carroll will defeat Dave Sears. And Mike will defeat Felicia. Oh, and Dave converts the split. Marsha with a strike. Jeff with a strike. Mike shoots 254. Riley through the face. Leaves the 3-6-10. That score incorrectly. Josh with another strike. Riley does not convert. But Rick with the 7-10. So he will be defeated by Riley. Marsha with another strike. Shoot 224. But that 224 will not be enough to defeat Josh. Josh will defeat Marcia. Chris is going to defeat Chad. And Julian is going to defeat Nolan. Remember, if you want to follow the scoring, tournamentbowl.com, the Scratch Tournament, Ronan, Montana. We're getting ready to go on to round 6. There'll be 2 more of the regular match play rounds and then a position round, then we will cut to 5. So we're getting down to crunch time now. So we've got the top 5. The top 5 are Josh Link, Andy Kinney, Chris Gray, Steve Klemkin, and Rick Perry and Nick Bagaro. Rick Perry and Nick Bagaro are tied for that 5th spot right now. Just outside of the top 5, you have Riley Woodard and Charles Wilkin. The other 3 in the top 10 are Keith Mager, Marsha Klemkin, and they are 53 and 71 out. Mike Hansen 75 out. After that, Dave Sears is 120 out. So at this point in time, realistically, Josh and Andy are way ahead. They will almost certainly end up in the top 5. Chris also has a reasonable cushion. Then you've got Steve, Rick, Nick, Riley, Charles, Keith fighting for that final 2 spots. Realistically. So in this next round, you have on lanes 1 and 2, Harry Schaefer versus Breck Strobel, Jeff Carroll versus Josh Link, Riley Woodard versus Nolan Croskrey. On 3 and 4, Kevin Stockton versus Brian Beckman, Marsha Klemkin versus Dave Sears, Julian Dollinger versus Rick Perry. On 5 and 6, Steve Klemkin versus Andy Kinney, Mike Hansen versus Michael Hawk, Chad Hausers versus Keith Mager. And on 7 and 8, Charles Wilkin versus David Wisely, Felicia Wong versus Nick Bagaro, Chris Gray versus Clay Reese. So we are just underway in round 6. So we have round 6 and 7 matches, and then a position round. Harry Schaefer starts with a strike. Kevin Stockton with the strike. All right, all the lanes. All the lanes have action. We're rolling along. Mike Hansen with a strike. Josh with a strike. Riley with a strike. All right. Almost everyone's thrown a shot in this round. Not quite. All strikes on 8. Okay, Charles Wilkin really needs a big game here after that last match in round 5. He struggled mightily. And that score cost him. Mike's got a double. Josh misses a little bit right. Ball doesn't recover. That looked very similar to a shot Breck Strobel threw down here on lane 1 earlier today that did recover. Josh is a little too much speed. Jeff gets a strike. Josh converts to spare. Riley and Nick can really use big games here. So we will keep an eye on them. Riley with a strike, so he doubles to start. Marshall with a strike. Nolan through the face. It's a half rack. And he converts to stay clean. Nolan does not convert the split. And Charles Wilkin now has started with a three-bagger, so the recovery he needed after that last game looks like it may happen. Get him back in. Felicia with another strike, so she starts with three. Now Nick, who is currently tied for fifth, has split the first two frames and opened both. And he finally gets a strike. And Josh, high flush, leaves the 9, but the messenger takes it. And Jeff Carroll gets a strike. And Rick Perry leaves a 7-pin. Brian with the Greek Church. Riley rings a 10-pin after his two-bagger. Charles with another strike, so he starts with the front four. Steve Clemkin with a strike. Felicia with another strike, so she also has the front four. And Mike has the front four. Okay, Nick has a strike up. He's opened the first two frames. He really needs to post the score. And he's got another one. Jeff Carroll after the double. Misses the head pin right. Breck converts the spare. Andy with the spare. Jeff converts. Okay, Charles is up. He's got the front four. See if he can run it to 5. And he does. And Josh gets the messenger to carry the 10. And now Felicia's coming up with the front four. Riley has the 7-10. And Felicia carries. So she has the front 5. So Felicia and Charles have started with the front 5, Mike with the front 4. And he doesn't quite carry. Harry gets them all. He's got a lead in his match with Breck. Breck also strikes. Jeff crosses over. Okay, Mike's coming up. Let's see if he can run his string to 5. And Josh with another strike. We'll see if Mike gets the 5. And he does not. He does not. He leaves 2. Dave gets a strike. Clay does not convert. And Mike converts the spare. So now Nick's coming up. He's got a 3-bagger. He really needs to just keep stringing them. Charles is up with the front 5. And he does not run it to 6. Breaks up the split. Okay, so Charles does convert the spare. So he stays rolling along. Riley leaves a single pin this time. And converts. Harry opens, so it gives Breck an opportunity to double here and close up in this match. And he does. So he's starting to make some ground back. And Clay flags another spare. Dave with the split. So Mike gets a strike, so he's back on it. And Felicia keeps her string going, so she has the front 6. Josh, I don't think he liked that shot very much, but he runs the string to 4.
No way. Don't wrap me out.
Charles is back on it with a strike. Julian crosses, doesn't carry. Okay, Nolan up with a 2-bagger. Let's see if he can stretch it to 3, and he does.
Bringing a minky blanket for the raffle. I don't know if you know what that is, but he knows what it is. They're like the best freaking blankets ever. They're like $180 value.
Riley through the face.
Yeah, I'm bringing one.
Okay, Felicia's up. Front 6.
The blanket's a big deal.
And she crosses, and it does not carry. Perry with the spare. Harry Schaefer with the strike. And Nick gets another strike. So now, after opening the first 2 frames, he's got a 5-bagger. And this is really what he needs to do. He needs to get a score going. And Riley missed the spare. And he's in a little trouble in his match now. With Nolan. And Breck just left 2-4-8-10. And he's in a little trouble in his match with Harry. So Riley is just outside of the top 5. So he really can't afford open frames. And he is, with those openings, trailing Nolan. Michael, after the 8 spare, has doubled. Charles, after the 8s are struck, but now he has split in the 8th. And he's let David back in that match. Riley with a strike. Much needed. And Felicia does not strike. Nolan with the strike, so he has a 4-bagger. So he's put Riley in. He's put Riley in a bit of a hole. And Nick did not like that shot at all. Gets 9. Felicia converts the spare. Breck strikes. So now Breck and Harry are pretty close with Harry's split. Andy, after throwing a double, doesn't strike. And he has Steve throwing a 4-bagger at him. Let's see if he can stretch it to 5. No, Steve leaves the 4-9. So Felicia converted the spare. So she keeps Nick at a deficit. Josh strikes, so he's got a 6-bagger. Well in control of that match. And Steve does not convert the split. Kevin with a strike. And Nolan strikes. So now Riley really is in trouble in this match. Riley strikes, so he doubles. David did not strike, and he really needed a strike there to push Charles. Let's see how Charles bounces back again after that split. And he leaves a 10 pin. But at least it's a makeable. Mike Hansen that leaves in it. 3-6, converts it. So he stays in command of that match. Charles converts to 10 pin. He stays in control there. Harry with a strike. So that really puts the pressure on Breck to strike here. And he does. And let's see if Felicia can strike. And Felicia does not. She goes through the face and doesn't strike. So there's an opening for Nick. He still has 230 possible. Felicia has 260. Oh, and Nick splits. Even if he converts, that's a problem. And the 4-9 for Josh. And Felicia converts. It was not solid. But she does convert. And Nick does not. So Felicia will win that match against Nick. Riley with another strike. Rick Perry converts the spare. And that match has tightened up. Match between Julian and Rick. And Steve with a strike. Andy with a strike here can make that match pretty even. And Andy strikes. So that match is close now. That match between Andy and Steve. Close coming into the 10. Alright, so Charles getting up. Oh, and he breaks up the split. Let's see what David can do here. And David with the washout. Rick converts to spare. All Harry needs is a mark. And that's it. He will win that match. So Harry will defeat Breck. David only gets 1 on that spare attempt. So Charles will win that match. Get the bonus pins. That's exactly what he needed. So on 7 and 8, Charles will defeat David. Felicia will defeat Nick. And it looks like Clay will defeat Chris. Josh with another strike. So Josh will defeat Jeff. So we still have a close one with Andy and Steve. Julian converts. Josh with another strike. So he's going to shoot a big game and get the 30 pins. Andy with a strike. So it looks like Andy will defeat Steve. Josh off the sheet. And Marcia with a strike. So with another strike, Nolan can shut out Riley. And Andy gets the victory. And Rick with the strike. Clay with a strike. And Julian opens the ninth. Leaves it wide open for Rick to win. So we have currently Charles defeating David, Felicia defeating Nick, and Clay defeating Chris. We have Andy over Steve. Mike over Michael. So Mike Hansen over Michael Hawk. And Keith split the 10th, and Kevin split the 10th, and he's in a tight one with Brian. Riley with another strike. Nolan shut him out by going off the sheet. So it's not going to be enough for Riley to win. Riley gets another strike. And Marcia does not get the 9-pin to go. Brian converts. And he will defeat Kevin. Chad strikes. So he's making a run here. Chad is making a run at Keith. Marcia converts. So she will win that match. Or no, sorry, I called that too soon. Dave can still go off the sheet to beat Marcia. And there's the first one. Chad with another strike. So Chad can strike on this last ball to shut Keith out. Marcia gets 9. So Dave needs this strike. And Dave strikes. So a 6 count. Dave just needs a 6 count to defeat Marcia. And Rick Perry is going to defeat Julian. So now it's just a matter of Rick's score. He has the win. Strike will give him 204. And he gets the strike, so 204 for Rick. Oh, I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong score for Rick. That's only a 185 for Rick. So he does not win that match. So right now, your top 5 are Josh Link, Andy Kinney, Chris Gray, Charles Wilkin, and Steve Plemkin. Just outside of the top 5, Riley Woodard, Mike Hansen, and Nick Bagaro. A little farther back, Rick Perry, Keith Mager. And then after that, I really don't think realistically anybody has a chance at the top 5. This is the last regular round, and then we'll go to a position round, and then it will be cut to 5. So, in round 7, we have on 1 and 2, Steve Plemkin versus David Wisely, Mike Hansen versus Nick Bagaro, Chad Hauser versus Clay Reese. On 3 and 4, Charles Wilkin versus Andy Kinney, Felicia Wong versus Michael Hawk, Chris Gray versus Keith Mager. On 5 and 6, Kevin Stockton versus Harry Schaefer, Marsha Klemkin versus Jeff Carroll, and Julia Dollinger versus Riley Woodard. On 7 and 8, Breck Strobel versus Brian Beckman, Josh Link versus Dave Sears, Nolan Crosscree versus Rick Perry. So that match, the match between Andy Kinney and Charles Wilkin, the match between Mike Hansen and Nick Bagaro, those are matches to keep an eye on to see how they affect the top 5. As we get started here in this 7th round, again, I'd like to thank Tom Crosscree and 406 Streaming. I hope you're enjoying what he brings to you at these scratch tournaments throughout Montana. Thanks to Tim and Lisa Corbett, Lucky Strike Lanes, for hosting this. Thanks to Bernie Coons for Tournament Bowl. If you want to keep track of the scores, what the standings are, go to tournamentbowl.com. Lucky Strike Lanes, the scratch tournament. You will find it. Thanks to the sponsors, IDJ Corporation, the Lucky Strike family, Glacier Wholesale, Zip Beverage, Alicat Lanes, that's Paul and Karen Dean and Shoto, Storm Products, Classic Products, and upcoming scratch tournaments. The Ring in 10, March 21st through the 23rd in Butte. The latest scratch tournament here in Ronan, 26th, 27th of April. And the Battle at Big Fork, Grizzly Lanes up there in Big Fork, May 3rd and 4th. So here we are. After this round, there will be a position round. So there'll be a little break once we finish with these matches to get set for the position round, and then it will be cut to 5 after that position round. So David crosses over and carries. Steve Klumpkin carries, rolls the 2 forward. Chris Gray starts with the strike. Nick, flat 10. Andy and Charles both started with strikes. Mike, solid. He's got a double to start. Charles strikes. Nick converts to spare. Andy leaves the 2-4-8-10. And again, Andy and Josh are substantially ahead of everyone else. So they're more or less locked into the top 5 now. Number 1 seed has to be beaten twice though, so that is a place you want to be. Felicia with a double. And he gets 3 of them. So Charles takes an early lead in that match. Michael Hawk with another split. He started this with a couple of splits. Julian misses a spare. Michael gets 1. Kevin left the 7-10. Josh gets a 9 count. Jeff strikes. Rick Perry with a strike. Chris with a spare. Oops. And Nick goes through the face. Andy high leaves the 4-7. And Steve with a strike. So Steve and David are off to strikes through 3. Riley doesn't carry. Felicia with another strike, so she's got the front 3. And Nick converts the spare. Mike can put a little bit of hurt on Nick here with a strike. And he gets the strike. Riley converts the spare. And Josh, another 10 pin. Michael finally on the board with a strike. Clay through the face, leaves a split. Chad through the face for a strike. Okay. Strikes are more prevalent. Dave with a strike on lane 8. David with the front 4. Andy with a strike. Rick is up on lane 8. With a strike. Steve with a strike. So Steve and David both starting with a 4-bagger. Nick with a strike. Michael with another one. Front 4 for Michael. So he's got Nick in a little bit of a hole. Mike's got it rolling. Charles through the face. Breck after the first 3 with a washout. And Dave with a strike.
Charles converts. So he maintains his lead. Felicia's got the front four. Steve streak ends at 4. Let's see if David can extend his. And he does. Front 5 for David. And Steve converts the spare. Oh, and Andy carries for a double. Let's see if Charles can respond with a strike here. Oh, and Charles leaves the 210. The 10 wiggled but did not go down. Nick goes through the face, leaves the 610. Okay, Michael's up with the front 4. And now Mike has the front 5. Oh, Charles almost picks up the 210. Nick converts. Thought he chopped it for a moment. Okay, Felicia's getting up with the front 4. Riley leaves a 10 pin. Chad through the face. Nolan and Rick Perry have a tie ball game, each with 3 baggers going on 7 and 8. Nolan does not get the 9 out. And Rick doesn't get the 2. Oh. I guess I can't see. It must be the 2-7 for Rick. Oh, and Steve goes through the face. And David. String ends at 5. So Mike Hansen is the only potential 300 still left sitting out there. We still have a great match going on between Rick Perry and Nolan Croskery at 7 and 8. Dave has a 3-bagger. Let's see if he can keep that going. And David picks up the 610 to maintain a lead. And Mike has the front 6. So he's doing what he needs to do this last round before match, the position round. He's put Nick in quite a hole. Nick with the 4-9. He's in a little trouble in this match. All right, Felicia is getting up. In the 6th, her run of strikes stopped in the last frame. Solid 10 back. She's got a nice lead in her match now. Andy Kinney's got the 4-9 to shoot at to try and stay close in his. And he misses them both. Oh, and David crosses over to get the strike. Breck gets the 10 late. Steve with a strike. So we have Mike getting up on 1. He's got the front 6. And Nick gets a strike. And Mike gets the 7, so he has the front 7. And Rick Perry and Nolan Croskery are still close on 7 and 8. Dave Sears has a 4-bagger. See if we can run it to 5. So he is leading Josh Link in that match. And he gets 9. Josh converts to spare. Chad Hauser on lane 1 is struggling with the ball reading too early. He's having trouble getting it down the lane. Everything's been high. He has made a ball change. It hasn't helped. And he misses the spare. And Steve gets a strike to double up. And Nolan gets a strike. He had a spare up. Rick is up with a strike up. And he carries, so he has a double. So he has taken a little bit of an advantage over Nolan in that close battle on 7 and 8. Okay, Mike is getting up on 2. He has the front 7. And Charles Wilkin is maintaining his lead over Andy Kinney. And Mike gets number 8. So he has the front 8. David converts to spare. Felicia up with the strike up, and she is in control of her match. Does not strike. Ball comes in very light. Breck has opened up a little bit of a lead over Brian. Chad with a strike after missing the frame before. And Nick with a strike. Day with a strike. So we'll see if Nolan can answer Rick's double. And a split for Nolan. So he's in a little trouble against Rick. Rick needs a win here. Marcia gets a strike. And Clay gets a strike to run it to 4. And Nolan picks up the split. So Rick threw a 3-bagger at him. Nolan absolutely had to have that split. And he converted it. Andy's up, and he is kind of in must-strike land here in the 8th. And he gets it. David gets a strike. Felicia with the 9 count. Riley with a 9 count. He is in control of that match with Julian.
There you go, sir.
Julian with the spare. Yeah, Mike's up now. He's got the front 8. Let's see if he can get number 9. Okay, can he get number 9? And he does. So Mike has the front 9. That ball looked a little tighter than what he had thrown before, but that is the front 9 for Mike. And Charles with a strike, so he stays in control over Andy. Andy has to strike here in the 9th. Okay, must strike for Andy here in the 9th. And he does not get it. Rick Perry with another strike to run it to 4. And Chad carries, kicks the 9 out for a double. Felicia is going to win her match and shut out Michael. David with another strike. Clay runs his string to 5. Okay, so 240s for David. And Steve still has 250 possible. Has to strike on the first ball. And Breck has missed a single pin in the 10th. Steve strikes. Had to. And David gets one of the two for 245. And Riley converts the spare. He is well in control of his match. And he does not strike. So the best he can shoot is 190. So Charles will win that match. So Charles is going to defeat Andy. Brian is going to win. So Brian will defeat Breck. Nick with another strike. So after all of these matches are completed, there'll be a little break while we get things set for the position round. At the end of the position round, it will cut to the top 5. Michael's getting up in the 10th. He has the front 9. And that ball looks good, and it carries. He has the front 10. Nick rings a 10 for 187. Okay, here's the 11th ball from Michael. He's got the front 10. That ball is right. That is right. And it does not carry. Does not carry. So convert the spare for 289. He'll get the 30 for winning. What a great time to do that. Nolan has struck the first ball in the 10th. He still has possible 230s. Rick has got a string going down there. Mike picks up the spare for 289. And Rick Perry splits. Splits in the 10th after the 4-bagger. Nolan goes through the face with his last ball. Oh, Rick just misses. So Rick Perry with that split loses by 1. Shoots 234. And Clay ends up shooting 217. Chad just needs an 8 count here to win that match. So we'll get things sorted out for the position round, and then the field will be cut to 5 for the step ladder. If you want to keep track of the scores, you want to take a look at where everything's happening, tournamentbowl.com, the scratch tournament. And Chad gets the strike to win, 222.17. Henry Schaefer's got a string. He is going to win his match. Just a couple more games here to finish up, and then there'll be a little bit of a break while we get things set for the position round. Thank you again for all of you that are joining us today.
It's easier if we have them here.
Daytona 500, but they're in a rain delay. Yeah, I just seen that too. Yeah. 11 laps, yeah.
So Riley's going to win his match, but he could have used that strike to put some score up. He's one of those people that's right on the bubble of getting into the top 5. All right, we're just about finished with these matches and then position round. Again, if you want to track the scores, see what's happening, tournamentbowl.com, the Scratch Tournament, and you can take a look at what's happening there. And Riley strikes the last ball.
Okay, top position round.
All right.
We'll get a 9-1-2.
So your top 5 right now.
13 through whatever.
Your top 5 are Josh Link, Andy Kinney, Mike Hansen, Chris Gray, and Charles Wilkin. The next 3 are Steve Klemkin, Rick Perry, and Riley Woodard. After that, Nick Baguero's 90 out of the cut line. Not very realistic that he's going to make it. But Josh, Andy, Mike, Chris, Charles are your top 5. Steve, Rick, and Riley are the others. For this position round, on 1 and 2, you will have Josh versus Andy, Mike versus Chris, and Charles versus Steve. On 3 and 4, you'll have Rick versus Riley, Nick versus Felicia, and Dave versus Dave. On 5 and 6, Harry versus Keith, Brian versus Chad, Nolan versus Clay, and on 7 and 8, Marcia versus Julian, Jeff versus Breck, and Michael versus Kevin, Michael Hawk. So the focus really is going to be on Chris Gray, Charles Wilkins, Steve Klemkin, Rick Perry, Riley Woodard. Those 5 are pretty much the people looking for those 2 spots. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to take a quick break here before we get started.
13 through, 18? Not very good math. 5 and 6. And 19 through 24 will be on 7 and 8. When you're all together and everybody's happy, let's get your position round game. Take off the go when you're ready.
I'll bowl against him, I'll be bowling.
Me and you
I think
You were talking about pandas, huh?
that must be 3 then. You're pretty sure.
Send that to April.
I just showed it.
He's stuck. He made it in, and now his legs are stuck in there.
And we are started in this position round. After this, the field will be cut to 5. And 7-10 split for Rick to start. He opens. And Michael went through the face. And Nick through the face. Mike picks up the spare. So Steve starts with the 7-10 as well. So a couple of our contenders starting with the 7-10s. And he goes through the face. So far, lane 1 has been difficult. It's been difficult to get the ball down the lane. And Josh with a strike. So he takes an early lead over Andy. We have Rick Perry up, following his split. Gets them all, so he gets a strike. And he gets the spare to stay clean. And Dave gets a spare. And Mike with a strike. Pin didn't want to go down, wanted to just spin there for a bit. And Chris Gray goes through the face on lane 1. Leaves only the 4-7. And Riley is up on 3 with a strike up. And he leaves a flat 10. And now we have Charles up on lane 2 with a strike. And he does not carry. And Nick just gets the bucket. Chris with a spare. And Riley misses the 10 pin. See what Steve can do following his split. And it's a strike. And Andy does not strike. So Josh has an opportunity here to put him in a hole. Huge lofting of the gutter on one for Josh. Yeah, lane one is tricky. It's become quite the problem. And Josh misses the split. So that gives Andy some help. And Rick with a strike. So after that 7-10, he's now got a double. And with Riley's miss of that 10 pin, that gives Rick a little advantage. So Riley strikes. Let's see what Mike can do here on lane one. Last ball was high. And this one carries. This is the pair. 1 and 2 is where Mike just got done finishing or finished up shooting 289. Had that run in the front 11. The front 10. And Steve leaves a split. So he's gone split, strike, split. So we'll see if Charles can take advantage. And it goes high. And Steve does not convert, so there's an open frame. So he's gone open, strike, open to start this match. And he is one of the players that's on that bubble, that right on the cusp of being in or out of the top 5. And Dave goes through the face. Charles converts the spare. And Josh gets the strike. Not much more room for Josh to move left. And Andy, 8-pin. And Dave converts the baby split. Not the textbook way, but it is a conversion. Okay, we've got Mike on 2 with a double up. And David with the front 3. Michael. Oh! Michael rolls the 5-pin forward. Rolls the 5-pin forward. He had the 2 and the 5 were standing. 2 went down and then the 5-pin rolled forward. And Andy converts. So he's clean through 4. Andy is struggling a little bit with the pattern here on 1 and 2. Charles with an 8 count. Riley with a split. So Riley now has a couple of opens in the first 4 frames. Chris goes through the nose. Oh, he rolls the 6-pin forward, so breaks up the split, leaves just the 4-7. Rick converts to spare. Charles wraps the 4 around the 7. So there's an open frame for Charles. And Chris gets the spare. And Nick with the strike. Oh, Felicia very high. Lucky to leave just the 6-pin on that. Let's see what Steve can do here. And a strike for Steve. So he's gone split strike, split strike. Andy's still struggling. And Josh with a strike. And David with a strike. So he's got the front four. And he converts the spare. But Josh has the lead in that match. And Mike getting up on one with the three bagger. And he carries. So four bagger for Mike. Riley through the face again with a split. He's in trouble. Riley is in trouble. Chris Gray, a little high, leaves a 4-pin. He's starting to fall behind, falling whole against Mike. Rick leaves a 10-pin. Charles, ball red early, through the face, 6-10. Riley does not convert the spare. So now Riley's sitting at 65 in the fifth. And he is currently just outside the top five looking in. He is in a lot of trouble. And Rick converts the spare. And Charles misses. So that's the second open for Charles. And he is just in the top five, but Steven and Rick are close enough that they could overtake. Steve needs to get something going on this right lane. He's split both times so far on two. See if he has something a little better here. And he does. He strikes this time for a double. He needed that. Now we have Nick up with a double. Let's see if he can turn that into three. And he does not. It was high. It leaves just the six. But he's a ways out of the top five. So he really needs to shoot a score along with winning his match. And that's not looking great right now. And he's still struggling on lane one. Ball goes through the face, gets a 6 count, leaves a 3, 6, 9, 10. Josh goes a little high, leaves a 4-pin. Nick with the spare. But he is also in trouble. And Felicia is too far back really to do anything. And he gets the spare, but he is struggling mightily on 1 and 2. Andy is having a great tournament year. He's finished first or second in several tournaments this year. Just a great year being had by him. Josh picks up the spare, maintains his lead over Andy. We have Mike getting up in the second with a 4-bagger. Or sorry, Mike getting up in the sixth on lane 2 with a 4-bagger. Chris goes through the nose. So if Mike throws another strike here, that's really going to put Chris in a hole. And Mike does strike again. Now Mike is a long ways behind Andy to get to number 2. But Andy's struggling on 1 and 2, so it's possible. Chris converts the spare. Charles through the face leaves the 3-6. Steve here. Could put Charles in quite a bit of a hole with a strike. And right now, Charles is only 17 up on Steve for that last spot in the top 5. And Steve gets the strike. Nick with the baby split. Nick's just about run out of time. Charles converts that spare. So we are halfway through this position round. Riley is up. He got 8 on the first ball. And he doesn't convert the spare. So 194 is all Riley has possible at this point, and that's not enough. Josh sent that right, left the bucket. At this point, with the way the scores look, and I think Josh has no worries. He's going to be the number 1 seed. And Andy finally gets the strike. Mark for Josh. Yeah, Josh is in fine shape. He's looking at the number 1 seed. Andy, maybe his struggles have ceased a little bit here. And he'll be able to keep Mike behind him. Chris is just grinding it out. Staying clean. Because he's got almost a 60-pin lead on 6th. And he's not trailing 6th. So, and there's Mike again with the strike. So he's got to run. We got David up with the front 5. And Chris converts. So Steve really with the struggles Steve's having, the struggles Charles is having, Steve really needs another one here. Because I don't think there's no way he's going to pass Mike. So we're looking at those last 2 spots still. Chris, Steve, Charles, and Rick. Riley I don't think has a shot. Nick Bagaro is too far back. He's too far back. He's not bowling a big enough game. I don't think he has a shot at it. Charles just helped his cause tremendously with that strike. And Steve gets another strike. And Rick gets a strike. So now it's starting to look. It's starting to look like Steve will be able to get his way into the top 5. And it's going to come down to Charles and Chris as to who stays in the top 5. Right now, Chris is up on Charles in pin count by 40. Barring something odd at this point, neither is going to win their match, so it's going to come down to score. Right now, Charles has a little bit of a lead on Chris, but he's going to have to beat him by more than 40. So Charles pretty much needs to continue striking. Chris needs to find a way to get a few strikes. Josh with a strike, and the number 1 seed will be Josh's. Andy with that double is pretty much going to secure him at number 2. Okay, let's see what Chris can do here. He could really use a strike. And that goes high, crosses. Leaves just a 5-pin. So if he keeps doing what he's doing, he'll shoot 190s. That means that Charles is going to have to get in the 230s. So it really is on Charles to keep striking. Okay, we have David up with a 6-bagger to start. We'll keep a little bit of a watch on that. And David crosses and gets the strike. And Mike strikes. So he is trying to make a run at Andy. Andy loses to Josh. And Mike wins, which he will, and gets the 30 plus his score. He's behind by 110. If Mike goes off the sheet, Andy stumbles a little. He can get Andy, but right now it's looking like it's pretty unlucky. Okay, Charles is up on lane 2. He needs a strike. And he gets it. He had to have that. Steve with another strike. So Steve is starting to look like he may be cementing his way into the top 5. Okay, this is a big shot for Andy. Rick has an open. So even if he wins his match, I don't see Rick moving into the top 5. And Andy does not strike. So 212 is the best that Andy can shoot. So Mike has a real chance at passing. Josh doing Josh things. There's almost not enough room left with him. He's almost past the walkway to the wall. He is so far left of the gutter on 1. Leaves a 10-pin. Nick gets a strike, but I think it's going to be too little too late for Nick. And Andy converts the spare. Josh converts the 10. All right, Chris could really use a strike here. And he gets it. That was important for Chris. Okay, Mike. Big frame here for Mike if he wants the number 2 slot. And he gets the strike. So he still could pass Andy. The chances there that Mike could get Andy for the second spot. Josh, Andy, and Mike are in the top 5. They're not going to be passed. Chris now looks like he's gotten his spot in, and Steve looks like he will be in. Charles, I don't think at this point is going to make it. Steve, another strike. So he runs his total to 6, and that's going to get him into the top 5. Rick crosses and carries. And no strike for Charles, so it's over for Charles. He is not going to make the top 5. Unless I've made some serious misjudgment here, the people in the top 5 will be Josh, Andy, Mike, Chris, and Steve. Josh leaves a 10 pin. Nick with a strike. Again, too little too late for Nick. Okay, we have David getting up with the front 8. He's on lane 4. Let's see what Andy does here. And Andy does not strike. So the best Andy can shoot is 201. And he has 117 pin lead on Mike. Mike gets 30 for the win. Needs to beat him by 87. So if he goes off the sheet, he will be the number 2 seed. Josh goes through the face. Doesn't matter. Last frame, 197. Oh, but Andy, that does, the last frame does matter. Andy needs to pick this up. Andy picks this up. This will secure the 2nd seed for Andy. Okay, David's got the front 9. So we've got our 2nd run at 300 today. Mike had the first one with the 289. And Mike gets another one, runs the string to runs the string to 9, gets the first one in the 10th. And he gets the strike to shoot 201. So that 201 by Andy plus the 30 will keep him in second. So Josh will be the first seed. And Mike does not carry. So he's going to shoot the 270s. Andy will be the second seed. Josh will be first. Mike will be 3. Chris through the face leaves 1. So he can shoot potentially 195. So Steve could pass Chris. But they will be the top 5. They will be the top 5. So your top 3 are going to be Josh, Andy, and Mike. Josh, Andy, and Mike will be the top 3. And Chris gets the spare. So 195 for Chris. So Steve is 58 pins, 58 behind Chris. So Steve will pass Chris. So your top 5 will be Josh, Andy, Mike, Steve, and Chris. So your first match will be Steve and Chris. Another strike for Steve. So Steve will pass. Steve will pass Chris. Nick, too little, too late. Charles, just again, also too little, too late. So Steve will get into the top 5. Now all we have in question is David's 300. Can he get there? First ball in the 10. Solid for David.
It's about time you listen to me.
That's high and misses left. So another 280 today. So we had 2 of those. So the stepladder, the first match in the stepladder will be Steve Klemkin versus Chris Gray. Will be the first match. Alright, so while we get the stepladder set up, I'd just like to again thank Tom Croskery, 406 Streaming, Bernie Kuntz, TournamentBall.com, Tim and Lisa Corbett, Lucky Strike Lanes for hosting everything. IDJ Corporation, Lucky Strike Family, Glacier Wholesalers, Zip Beverage, Alley Cat Lanes, Paul and Karen Jean, Shoto, Montana, Storm Products and Classic Products. Thanks to all of those. Thanks to all of you today that have been listening. Shortly we'll get the stepladder started. The first match will be Steve Klemkin against Chris Gray. I hope you've enjoyed what we've seen so far. There's been some great scoring today, some great matches, and I really think we're going to have some nice close bowling once we get to the stepladder. So I will return shortly.
All right, people, we're going to start step ladder here. First step ladder match is on, again, we're going to use 1 and 2 for practice. Those guys, if you want to throw some balls, let me know. I'll turn the pin setters on for you over there when you're ready for that. Matches will be on 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go back to 3 and 4, and then if needed, again, your tournament leader must be defeated twice. If that match is there, we'll be on 5 and 6. So that's what we'll just move within there. Get down and watch the show. Cross Gray, Steve Flemkin, lanes 3 and 4. We'll turn them on. You get 2 balls on each lane. And Steve, you will have lane choice, sir.
Perfect. Next match. You gotta work. You gotta work first here. You must have been a likable kid because everybody's guessing. More. I'm just, Tommy, I'm just worried about this. Huh?
Okay, we're about ready to get started here with the first match, Steve Klemkin and Chris Gray. Chris is probably going to be starting with an Origin. He said possibly a Road Warrior, and Steve is using a Road Warrior. So that's the equipment you're going to have in play at the beginning of this match. According to what they tell me. So here we go. First match of the stepladder. Steve's up first, left lane. And a little bit high through the face. Three and four. Yesterday, lanes 3 and 4 were not kind. Very difficult to come up with anything consistent there. And Steve converts the spare. So it does look like Chris is starting with the origin. Dead flush. Good start for Chris. He struggled just a little bit in that last match. Okay, we'll see if Chris can follow that up with another strike here. Shot didn't hold, goes through the face. And that, yesterday, that was the problem. On both the long and the short patterns, that was the problem on 3 and 4. You just couldn't find a happy medium. The ball on 3 really wanted to read early. If you got it out a little bit, there was a hang area. The ball would just hang down there. It was difficult to solve the mystery of lane 3. And Chris converts it. Nice conversion to stay clean. You know, I think the key to this particular match is going to be the person that solves lane 3. We'll see what Steve does on lane 4. But lane 3 has been tricky all weekend. And it looks good, solid. So both bowlers have struck on lane 2. Both bowlers have struck on lane 2, or on lane 4. So lane 3 is going to be the key. We'll see what Steve can do here this time. And solid. Dead flush. Early advantage to Steve. Both in score and in being able to solve lane 3. Alright. It's incumbent upon Chris here to keep it close. Don't get behind early. Through the face, leaves the 6-10. So on what is the better of the two lanes, Chris doesn't strike. Then he's going to have to go to the more difficult lane. That gives Steve a pretty big advantage early on here. Easy conversion. Now let's see what adjustment Chris is going to make on 3. I'll get him. Okay, let's see what Chris has on this. Oh, just a little light, leaves a 10 pin. So Steve can get up and put Chris in quite a hole early.
Yeah, barely saw it.
And nice conversion for Chris. So he stays clean through 4. Steve can put him in quite a hole now. He's had a better look on lane 4. And it doesn't carry, leaves the 10. Have a little unintentional loft there from Steve.
It's an easy, because in our house we just passed that. So. Okay, sounds good. Drive safe home.
So Steve can make this conversion. And 10 pin down. Now, can he repeat on lane 3? Okay, no loft on that one. Oh, a little high. So it should be a fairly straightforward conversion for Steve. We'll see if Chris can find the pocket. Spare for Steve. And Chris just dead flush. So now, can he find it on 3? He's struck 2 out of 3 times on lane 4. Has yet to strike on lane 3. So let's see if he can find one here. Double here, he can even this match up. The halfway point. And it is flush, he doubles. So this match is pretty even. Chris with a slight advantage. All right. No unintentional loft this time from Steve. There, nice shot. A little light leaves the 2-8. So at the halfway point, we've got a little bit of an advantage to Steve. And he converts. All right. Let's see if we can get back in the pocket for Steve here. That shot's a little right of where he's been. Solid. So things are tight with 3 frames to play. With that double, Chris has a slight advantage with that double already up. Solid. Chris has a pretty good look now. All right. Way right. Way right, and washes out. Oh. So an open frame for Chris. So he has a possible 221. 246 possible for Steve. Definite advantage to Steve here. Oh, and light almost gets them all with that hit. Almost got them all with that hit. Just leaves the 4-pin. If he converts this, he will have a slight lead. And he converts the spare. So Steve has a slight lead. All right, big shot here. Foundation frame. Steve still has 226 possible, 221 possible for Chris. And light. Exactly what Chris did, only not a washout for Steve. 2-4-10 for Steve. Oh, and he converts it. Huge conversion in the ninth frame. That leaves a 213 still possible for Steve. 221 still possible for Chris. So that conversion keeps the pressure on Chris. He really needs to strike here. And he does. So now he has the possibility of shutting out Steve. If he throws the front two here, he will shut Steve out.
All right. Sounds good.
Oh, what a shot. Big shot. One more shuts out Steve. So a strike here and Chris is a winner. Anything less than that, Steve can get up and beat him. And there it is. There it is. That's enough. He only needs 3 pins on this next ball, and he's a winner. A back and forth match. Steve gives himself a chance with that conversion, but not enough. So your next match will be Chris Gray versus Mike Hansen. So I'll take a short break now in between matches and be back shortly.
How many re-racks? Yep, both.
Sheriff. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys, good luck.
Hold on a second.
And here we go. Match number 2. Chris Gray against Mike Hansen. Chris again is using the Origin, maybe the Origin or Road Warrior. I don't know what he's throwing yet. And that looks like a Road Warrior. Mike Hansen is using the Harsh Reality Pearl right now. Mike today had a 289, also 278, I believe it was. So there was some big games from Mike. And there we go. Both players start off with strikes. Again, I haven't plugged this yet today. But if you haven't subscribed, please do so. It really helps Tom. Costs you nothing. It's easy enough to do. So again, if you haven't subscribed, please do so. Help Tom out. He brings you this content. Oh, and there it is. Mike carries, so he's got to double the start. And a ring 10. Ring 10 for Chris in the second frame. And Chris converts. So early advantage to Mike. And Mike has bowled well today. A little bit of a slow start. There's a little bit of a story behind that. Those of you that know Mike will have to ask him. But a little bit of a slow start. But late today he's bowled really, really well. Chris has bowled just solid all weekend. He did struggle a tiny bit in the position round. Solid. So we get a strike from Chris. All right, let's see if Mike can keep it going. And that is high, leaves the 4-7. Routine spare. And he converts. let's see what Mike can do in the fourth frame here. He has the early lead. And solid. All right. See if Chris can answer. And it is solid. He does answer. So now we go slight advantage. Slight advantage to Chris. Can he make it 3? And he does. So now Chris has the advantage. All right, let's see if Mike can answer. And that is dead flush from Mike, so he does respond to Chris's 3-bagger. Chris still has a slight lead. And another one. And Chris with a 9 count. And Chris converts to spare. So the advantage swings back to Mike halfway through this match. Alright, so can Chris strike? Keep the pressure on Mike. Oh, a little high, but he trips the 4 forward. So he keeps the heat on Mike to strike. And a strike for Mike. All right, let's see if Mike can throw yet another. Oh, and through the face, leaves just a 6, so he gets a break that way. But he does have a lead. And he converts the spare. So we're at the point where Chris really needs to strike here. His task is going to become very difficult if he doesn't strike here. And he gets it. So he has the double. So 259 is possible for Chris. 257 is possible for Mike. So at this point, Chris has the slight advantage with that double. Oh! And Chris carries to get a 3-bagger. So still has 259 possible. Okay, big shot for Michael. And he washes out. If he converts this, 240 is possible. He really has to convert it. If he does not convert it, you're only looking at 230 is possible. And that would put Chris completely in the driver's seat. And he does not convert. So it's an open 9, so 202. So 232 is what Mike can shoot. 259 is still possible for Chris. And Mike gets the first one. And there it is. He gets the second one. So 232 still possible. So Chris has got to mark. He doesn't need a strike to win, but he does need to mark. And he strikes. So that is going to give the win to Chris. So Chris will move on to face Andy. That will be the next match. All right, so we're just about ready to start match number 3, Andy Kinney versus Chris Gray. One more bit of thank you. Thank you to Tim Corbett, Lisa Corbett, Lucky Strike Lanes. Thanks to Tom Croskery, 406 Streaming. Thanks to Bernie Coons, TournamentBowl.com. Thanks to the sponsors, IDJ Corp, the Lucky Strike Family, Glacier Wholesale, Zip Beverage, Alley Cat Lanes, Paul and Karen Dean up in Shoto, Storm Products and Classic Products. If you haven't subscribed to 406 Streaming, please do so. I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen so far today. We've had some great bowling, great matches so far in the step ladder. Hopefully we'll have one more good one here for you and then a fantastic championship match. I'll be back momentarily. All right, soon we will begin with Chris Gray and Andy Kinney. Chris is continuing to use the Road Warrior. Andy is going to be using a Black Widow Mania. So we're about to get started here. Chris will go first. And we are off. Oh my gosh. Chris was flush, wiggled the 9-pin, left it standing. Should be an easy conversion. And he converts. Wow, great shot to start the match. Wasn't rewarded for it. We'll see how Andy starts. And Andy's first shot of the match. And he gets the strike. Andy has bowled really well all weekend. Short pattern, long pattern, medium pattern today. Hasn't mattered. As has Josh. One of the reasons they were so far ahead of the field. And light leaves the bucket. So, not the easiest spare in the world to try and convert. And Andy converts. All right, Chris is up, second frame. And 10, flat 10. So this is kind of the last position round. This is kind of how it went for Chris. It was just 8-9 spare, 8-9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, and then some strikes toward the end. But hopefully that's not the case here, that he will start to carry. And he converts it. All right, so Chris up in the third frame. See if he can carry one. And it is light. Similar to Andy's first shot over there, leaves the 2-8. And he converts it. So he stays clean through 3. And he's back up on 8. He struck on 8 the first time. Oh, ring 10 for Andy. Nice shot, did not carry. Okay, get the conversion here. Stay clean. And he is clean. So Andy and Chris both have been light on the left lane. And he's doing a little thumb hole work there. And that was solid. So there's a strike on the left lane from Andy. Okay, can Chris answer? Still a pretty even match early. And it was light, but it carried. So now, can he make the adjustment on 7? Can he make the adjustment? Get it flush on 7. And it goes high, leaves the 7 pin. So now Andy can take advantage in this match when he gets back up. Should be an easy conversion. Gets the spare. All right. Let's see if Andy can double here. Solid from Andy. He gets the double, takes control of this match at the halfway point. Now, can he throw number 3? Oh, flat 10. So Andy maintains a slight lead. And Andy converts the 10 pin. So let's see if Chris can finally find the range and get a strike. Oh, flat 10 again for Chris. So Andy maintains his slight lead. And he converts to 10. All right. Chris could really use a strike here. Let's see if he can convert one. Light again. Light again. Okay, this is a very choppable spare, so hopefully Chris converts it. And he converts. So this match stays close. Neither player's been able to really run a string of strikes yet. And Andy gets a strike. So now can he double up? Can he double? And there it is. So that's the second double Andy's thrown. So he is definitely in control. It's really time for Chris to get a strike. Oh, and he rings a 10 pin. Rings a 10. He's in just a little bit of trouble right now. If he converts this, 213 is what he has possible. And he does, he converts. And Andy still has 240 possible. So now this is must strike for Chris. Oh, washout. So he has to convert and hope. At this point, it's looking pretty unlikely that he's going to be able to defeat Andy. He does convert. Sorry about that. The 10 fell late. So 201 is all that Chris has possible. So Andy is firmly in the driver's seat. And he gets the strike. So that really, for all intents and purposes, is going to do it. It'd be pretty difficult for Andy to lose at this point. And that 9 count will make Andy a winner. So shortly we will have the championship match of the Scratch Tournament, Ronan, Montana, 2025. Okay, your championship will be Josh Link versus Andy King. Josh is the leader going in, so if he's defeated in this game, they'll bowl a second game. Josh has to lose twice to lose the title. If Josh wins one, he is the champion. So if he wins his first one, it's over. If Andy wins it, it's not over. We will have one more. And these two, Josh and Andy, were well ahead of the field this weekend. They deserve to be here, so this should be a great match. that was a.
That's interesting.
Okay, that's. See, I thought this time of year, you know, like one.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we're about ready for the championship match. Again, this is a lose twice situation. So, Josh being the leader, he's going to have to be defeated twice to not win the championship, and he's going to have to come through him 2 times. And he's continuing to use the Black Widow Mania. Josh is going to be using either a level or a Zen 25. And this pair, this will be an interesting pair for the championship. 3 and 4 over this weekend was not the easiest pair to figure out. All right, we're about ready to get started. Josh will go first. And Josh is throwing the level, crosses over and carries. I'm expecting really a good match here. Oh, and he rings a 10 pin. So he throws a better quality shot than Josh does, but Josh is the one with the strike. One of the great things about bowling. And Andy converts the spare. 2 great bowlers. Last year, Josh won the Ring and 10. That's coming up here at the end of March in Butte, Montana. Andy has been having a fabulous year. He's won several tournaments, finished in the top 2, many times this year. He is having just a banner year. And he carries that time. Alright, so Josh up in the second frame. Oh, and he does not carry that time. He crosses, and the 9 pin, I think, by USBC rules, when a pin reaches 9 degrees, it's supposed to fall over. So that one probably made it to 8.5. And he converts. Oh, too bad the 7 wasn't with it. It would have gotten it too. So here we go, frame 3. And he crossed again. Oh, and he gets the late roll onto the 9-pin. So we've crossed 3 times. He's carried twice. Had an 8.5 degree 9-pin that didn't fall. All right, let's see if Andy can double up. And that is in the hole. Andy does get the double. So the strike he threw on 3, the second frame was solid. So let's see if he can follow that up with another one. Take early control of this match. And again, flat 10. Alright, Josh has decided to change balls. He's got with the Zen 25 now, and he's going to do Josh things. So we're going to be lofting the gutter. He's set up in front of the ball return. And that was solid. There it is, Josh doing Josh things. So he tried to play more direct with the level, and it just wasn't working. So the switch to the Zen 25, loft the gutter, and here we go. That one was short. Oh, but he carried. That one was short, but it managed to hold on just long enough to. All right, so he gets the 3-bagger out of that. A little bit of pressure on Andy. And Andy carries. Yeah, this is a big shot for Andy. Left, goes through the nose, 3-6-10.
I got you. I'll trip.
So Josh definitely has the advantage in this match at the halfway point. And he needs a conversion here. Of the makeable spares on the PBA Tour, this is the most missed. And he converts. Nice job. Okay, Josh is staying with the Zen 25. right, and it comes back, strike. And we get a shrug from Josh on that. That was right. The last shot on lane 3, it did not reach the break point that he wanted. It didn't get far enough right. We'll see what happens on this one. That was way right. Leaves the washout. So this could be an opening for Andy. Josh doesn't convert. So he's got 155 through 7. If Andy can put together a couple of strikes here, that'll even this match up. Okay, this is a big shot for Andy. He really could use a strike here. Josh has given him an opening. And it carries. That was a big shot. Okay, a strike here from Andy will even this match up. That shot looks good. Yes. So Andy doubles this. That match is even. So the pressure goes back to Josh to strike. Josh has a possible 245. And Andy has a possible 249. So we are pretty much even at this point. Strike from Josh. So this is going to be this is the shot right here. We're in the 9th frame. This is on a lane that he struggled with. He's having an issue getting the ball to the point on the lane he wants it. And that looks like, oh, amazing. He thought that was better. He thought that was going to come back. Leaves the 2-8. And he converts. So now, in this match, Josh has a possible 225. So Andy can shut him out here. And a strike from Andy. So Andy does not. So Andy does not need to strike to beat Josh. Good count and a mark. Oh, the 10 does not go. So a conversion here. Okay, so a conversion here in 8 pins gives him the victory. He shuts Josh out with a conversion in 8. And he misses it. He misses it. All right, now Josh is coming up on his better lane. He's been better on 4 the entire match. So he must strike. There's the first one. Okay, he needs to strike on this ball. He strikes on this ball, he's a winner. He doesn't strike on this ball, we go to the next game. So here it is. Strike for the win, or we're going to play one more. And he does not strike. So we will play one more. We will play one more. So this one is for real. This is winner take all now. The winner of this is the champion of the 2025 The Scratch Tournament in Ronan. I hope you guys are liking what you're seeing. It's been a fun day. So we'll get a little bit of practice here on this pair, and then we will play the championship match. So I'll take a quick break, and then we'll see the championship match. All right, we are about ready to get started. with the championship match. Andy Kinney defeated Josh 216-214 to force this extra match. Winner of this is the 2025 V Scratch Tournament champion. All right, here we go. Josh is going to start. Now 5 and 6 this weekend on all of the patterns played pretty well. Josh starts with the strike. Expect another close match here, just like the last one was. And that was high, through the face, almost kicked the 4 out. And he converts. All right, here we go. Frame 2 for Andy. And high again, this time the 310, baby split. So he's been high on both lanes. And Andy converts it. So he stays clean through 2. And Josh gets up with a chance to take an early lead in this championship match. And Josh doubles up. Seems that he has a pretty good look on this pair. And Josh crosses there, leaves only the 10 pin. And he misses. So he returns the favor. All right, we'll see if Andy can take advantage. He goes left and carries. So he does take advantage of that miss by Josh. Let's see if we can double up now. He's having trouble with the ball, keeping the ball right. And that one did stay right, did not take the 7 pin. So this match is all even if he converts this. And Andy converts to 7. Oh, rings the 10. So if he converts this, Andy will have a 1-pin lead halfway through the match. And he converted that one. Alright, so we're pretty much dead even. Andy has a 1-pin lead. Oh, solid 9. Alright. And he comes up with a chance to throw a double and take control of the match. And 7-10 for Andy. Oh my gosh. That puts Josh back in the driver's seat. So second split for Andy this game. This one a little more challenging. Does not convert. So he opens the 5th. So that gives Josh about a 10-pin lead at the halfway point. And light leaves the bucket. Challenging spare, follows a 7-10 up with a challenging spare, handing control of the match back to Josh after Josh's miss of the 10-pin. And he misses it. So back-to-back opens for Andy, leaves the door wide open for Josh. And that's dead flush. Takes full advantage. Another strike here will give him a 30-pin lead with 3 to play. Josh did not like that shot, but it was dead flush. Okay, Andy now, he has to strike. .213 is possible for Andy. Oh, and he leaves a 7-pin. So now 203 is what's possible. Josh is going at a 200 plus pace. So this is must strike time for Andy. And he does. He had to have that to give himself any chance. Josh is up with a chance to pretty much put this away. And there's one of them. Andy's chances are looking pretty slim right now. Another strike here will almost shut the door. Oh, and he leaves a 9-pin. So the slight glimmer of hope remains for Andy. No matter what Andy does, Josh getting, and that's it right there. That's going to be all she wrote. That is all she wrote. Josh Link is your 2025 The Scratch Tournament champion in Ronan, Montana. That is it. We had some great bowling today. Some great matches. Came down to 2 to decide it. But there you are. Your champion 2025 The Scratch Tournament Ronan, Montana is Josh Link. Thank you all for joining today. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you again down the road.